Say it louder.
Maybe something.
Yeah, exactly. Show someone's working. It's nice to get internet truck.
Yeah, so
No, yeah, my first year I had something like that. I had to find it. I've seen that, but married my kids, yeah, to me, like, starting now, at 6 a.m. I just go to book my house. So I mean, something, I think it's that city, right? Like my normal schedule, camera set.
Yeah, the soup's already done. Yeah. Testing, testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, mic check. Good? All right.
In absence last week, because I actually,
else I can do? Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Testing, mic check. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Good to go? Okay. Testing, mic check 1 2 3. Guys, give me a thumbs up if you like it. Testing, mic check 1 2 3. Testing, mic check. Testing, mic check 1 2 3. Testing, mic check. Testing, mic check 1 2 3. Testing, mic check. Testing, mic check 1 2 3. Testing, mic check. Thumbs up. We good, guys? All right.
Good morning, everybody. Here we are again. It's day 29 of the Democrat shutdown. And things are getting really tough for the American people. The Democrats are coming near now to a cliff that they will not be able to turn back from. And it's of great concern to everyone who's paying attention to all this. You will note that more air traffic controllers and TSA agents and park rangers are about to go without a paycheck. You've got families and children that rely upon SNAP benefits that are going to go hungry here at the end of the week. You've got more critical workers, by the way, including the people who are the stewards of our nuclear defense arsenal, who are forced to stay at home as the government remains closed. The Democrats own every one of these consequences. So we want to point out a couple of important facts this morning for you. It's no coincidence that polling this week confirms that over 70% of the American people believe the Democratic Party is out of touch. And amazingly to us, still every day, they turn their backs on more and more hardworking American families to prolong their pain. And that is exactly what's being felt here. It is incredible to us that they've now voted 14 times between the House and Senate to reject the clean, simple funding bill that would simply reopen the government. 14 times they have thumbed their nose at the American people in spite of their pain that they themselves have acknowledged. And as we've explained here, the motivation behind that is very clear. And this is why the polling is indicating what it is. The people know the Democrats are responding to fear. It is their fear of the most radical far-left voices in their party that has made them decide to obey the demands of the far left and to shut down the entire government and thereby inflict all this pain on the people. And almost comically at this point, the Democrats are still out trying to convince you that this is somehow Republicans' fault. But the facts are the facts, and the American people can see that very clearly. They see the truth. We brought you a handy scorecard here so you can, follow the votes. I mean, this is very simple. The votes to pay the troops and federal workers and continue SNAP benefits and get air traffic controllers and Border Patrol agents paid. This is the vote tally. You see the dates here. The House did our work back on September 19th, and Republicans voted yes. Democrats voted no on all those things. And the Senate has now done it an additional 13 times. These are the votes. No one can say that this is in any way the fault of Republicans. We have a clean, simple bill, and everybody knows it. House and Senate Democrats are openly admitting that this is their shutdown. You have seen the highlight reel of all of them stumbling into admitting that. And yet they're also incoherently claiming that the shutdown is somehow on the fault of the other party. And the people aren't buying it. And that's why the polling continues to show that the approval of Republicans in Congress is rising with each passing day. And the Democrats, at the same time, Democrats in Congress have the lowest approval rating they have ever had since polling began, since recorded polling began on these metrics. And here's just an example yesterday. For example, CNN polling showed yesterday the approval of Republicans in Congress is up 8% since the shutdown began among independents. I mean, that's an important metric because people are paying attention. They understand what's happening and they see who is responsible. It's a really important thing to watch. Ronald Reagan used to remind us that you can always trust the American people, and we do. We trust their intelligence, and we trust their understanding of basic civics. In fact, we trust the American people's understanding of civics far more than the Democrats in this building right now. And a quick reminder of that is that the people know that in the House of Representatives, you need a majority vote. You need 218 votes to pass legislation, to pass a clean, continuing resolution to fund the government. That's exactly what we did on September 19th. They also know that in the Senate, you have to have 60 votes to pass substantive legislation. And we've only got 53 Republican seats. That means we need, by the math, at least 7 Democrats to join us to reopen the government. Now, in other words, the Democrats are the only reason that the government is closed, and there is no other way to spin that, to make something else true about it. And of course, the Democrats know all that. We've seen their party leaders, and we've now made their phrases and their comments famous here every morning. Chuck Schumer, Whip Catherine Clark in the House. They've openly admitted that they're using the pain of the American people as their leverage. Why? To show to their base that they're fighting. And they're counting on the American people not noticing all this. And that's the very reason why we have to come in here every morning and relay the simple truths. I mean, somebody handed me this as I was walking in here. Yesterday, according to the Media Research Center study, by a 2.5 to 1 margin, the Capitol Hill Press Corps has tweeted more about the House calendar during the shutdown than the negative consequences of the Democrat shutdown, than the troubles that we have, the hardships that are being experienced because of the troop pay and WIC funding and flights grounded and SNAP funding. You guys are writing more about the House calendar than the real pain that's being inflicted on the American people, and that's why we have to come in and relay the simple facts. Now, there's a misguided strategy that the Democrats are pursuing right now, and it reveals two important things that can't be glossed over. Number one, it shows they have no cards to play except to try to blame the other team, which is ridiculous, and it shows how little they think of the American people. They had a rally a couple weeks ago. They tried to portray President Trump as a king, and we pointed out, again, the obvious truth. If the president was a king, then the government would be open. He's been trying to do that, and low-income families would be getting the food assistance that they need by Saturday. Republicans cannot wave a wand and reopen the government on our own. We must have a handful of centrist Democrats in the Senate do the right thing. And any Democrat suggesting otherwise knows exactly what they're doing, and they insult the intelligence of the American people. And by the way, every reporter in this room when they do that. Unlike Democrats, Republicans have nothing to twist or spin. We are just simply here relaying the simple facts and the truth. And the American people are responding to that. And that's why the polling indicates that they trust us more than the other side, because we are the ones here telling you the truth. We have nothing to hide. They are trying to obscure the facts. And by the way, the biggest unions are beginning to say the same thing. On Monday, the largest union of federal workers, the American Federation of Government Employees, came out, as you saw, and publicly urged Democrats to join Republicans and pass the House's short-term funding bill. The union president said, quote, "A strong America requires a functioning government, one that pays its bills, honors its commitments, and treats its workforce with respect by paying them on time." Amen to that. Of course, we agree. But it wasn't just the AFGE. You had the same commentary, the same plea by the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers, the Coalition of Airline Pilots Associations, the NetJets Association of Shared Aircraft Pilots, the Allied Pilots Association, the Southwest Airlines Pilots Association, the leader of the Teamsters, and the New York Steamfitters Union. They're all coming out. These are the constituencies that the Democrats claim that they support, and that's why the unions came on side of the Republicans in the last election. They've had enough of this nonsense, and they've all called on Senate Democrats to end this shameful shutdown. And it is a shame. The Democrats need to be publicly prodded by their millions of hardworking Americans to just simply do the most basic function of their jobs. A rational person would read the pleas of the federal workers and conclude that it is time to end the charade and turn the lights back on. But the Democrats are not rational right now, and they've deliberately ignored the plight of all these federal workers around the country. People are going to remember this, and they should. I want to quote to you a couple of senators over there on the Democrat side. Listen to this nonsense. Senator Mark Warner, the senior senator from Virginia, and this is noteworthy because Virginia is the state with the largest number of federal employees. He claims that federal workers want him to vote against reopening the government. He literally said, quote, "I think they want us to fight this." Fight what, Mark? What are you talking about? We have a clean CR. This is not a partisan dispute. It's ridiculous. Senator Tim Kaine is the junior senator from the same state of Virginia with the largest number of federal employees, and he said, quote, "I work very closely with them, and the AFGE would not want us to cut a deal." What the heck are you talking about, Senator? There is no deal here. We're not talking about a deal. We're talking about a clean CR that all of you voted for even as recently as this year. And here's my favorite one. This is the best quote. When asked about the AFGE statement from the big union, Senator Jeanine Shaheen said, quote, "I had a conversation with the president of AFGE earlier, right after the shutdown, and that was their position then." So let me just translate for you. Senator Shaheen spoke with the head of the largest federal employee labor union. The president of that union explained to her the harmful effects of a shutdown, and then Senator Shaheen went out and voted to close the government anyway and continued to do that more than a dozen additional times. Senate Democrats knew the pain this would cause. They knew about the missed paychecks. They knew the uncertainty of making rent for so many people. They knew about the missed meals. They knew about delayed flights. They knew that our nuclear arsenal and our national defense would be negatively affected by this, and they did not care. They shut the government down anyway to appease the far left voices of their base. And the Democrats have some soul searching to do. Are they going to continue to do that? Are they going to run from the far left and do their bidding? Or are they going to do right by millions of federal workers and the American people who continue to show up to work daily without pay? Are they going to do right and reopen the government so that those people are taken care of instead of the Marxist far left base in their party? That is the question. And we pray that Senate Democrats come to their senses before the situation becomes too dire. On Saturday, this gets very real. SNAP benefits will stop flowing to all those who need it. You're talking about tens of millions of Americans at risk of going hungry if the Senate Democrats can continue this gambit. Instead of taking a simple vote to fund the government, which Senate Democrats have now had more than a dozen opportunities to do, Democrat attorneys general are suing the federal government to try to compel SNAP benefits to flow despite the government being closed and despite the fact that there is no money to do that. Congress hasn't authorized that. The contingency fund for that was something they batted down when the Democrats decided to vote against the CR and shut the government. For Democrats, there's a much easier option on the table. Just go do your job and fully fund all these programs and all these categories of people by voting for the CR. That's it. You don't have to do anything for Republicans. Just do your job for your constituents. Until Democrats recognize the pain that's gone on for so long, Republicans will be in their districts helping their constituents clean up the mess that Democrats are making and help them make ends meet and help them find the assistance, the food assistance, and all these other things that they're going to have to rely upon. And joining us this morning to discuss the Democrats' shutdown impacts on our national defense and on foreign affairs is our great chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and a decorated veteran of the U.S. Army, our good friend, Chairman Brian Mast. Brian?
Thank you, Speaker. I think everything going on, it really puts an exclamation point on the fact that we have the greatest population anywhere across the globe. I do want to start just by saying thank you to all of our workers. We have workers whose lives are being very literally affected, and they're still coming to work every day. Those are really big, amazing people. That's our American workforce. So I just want to start by saying thank you to them, all of our TSA workers, all of our air traffic controllers, our ICE, our CBP, our State Department people that I deal with, and to put a point, maybe moving to State Department, because that's what I deal with the most, about the very serious stakes of what is going on right now. Not just with people's lives and them not being able to pay their bills, but with what's going on across the globe. To juxtapose these positions, we have President Trump in Asia right now, very literally trying to make sure that the United States of America is not cut off from rare earth minerals or other things, which is what China is literally trying to do. That's why there was a threat of another 100% tariff, because China was sending around letters saying, all you neighboring countries don't sell to America. So the president is abroad trying to protect our homeland. And we have Democrats here at home doing everything that they can to weaken our homeland. That's a difference of values. And the stakes of those values is the future of the greatest country on the face of this earth. We should pray that our adversaries would be stupid enough to say they're going to prioritize funding feminism in Africa over the food stamps of their own people. They're not that stupid, but apparently Hakeem Jeffries is, and that's a real problem for all of us here. I was on the phone with an ambassador this morning. I'm not going to say where, but we have requests for people to leave embassies abroad because of very real threats that are going on. The people in that embassy are right now trying to figure out if they have cash funding to get fuel for vehicles or to have diesel to put in their generators because they don't have reliable electricity in the places that they're in. Those are the real world consequences. While they're also worrying about Their paycheck isn't coming in. Can their family back home buy groceries, pay their bill for student loans, pay for the fuel to get their kids to school, or the tuition at their children's school, or all the other things that they have to worry about while they're worrying about, can they even get out of country? So those are the difference of values. I guess I would close it by saying this. We need 5 Democrat senators to pull their heads out of their asses and go work for the United States of America.
Thank you, Chairman Mast. Thank you for your service to our country and for keeping the focus where it needs to be on making sure America stays strong in the midst of turbulent times. And, you know, what's so sad about this shutdown is that we don't need to be in these turbulent times. It was a self-imposed wound that Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer have imposed on the country. And if you look over this last month of the shutdown, you've seen Democrats literally playing a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde game with the American people. On one hand, they'll try to say, it's not us, it's the Republicans. Gee whiz, as the speaker talked about, oh, they control the House, Senate, and White House when they know that they are the ones that are shutting the government down. And then on the other hand, Mr. Jekyll's side, they're saying, that they know that they're causing pain on the American people. They admit that there is suffering, but they're doing it for leverage. So you can't have it both ways, Chuck Schumer. You can't wake up one day and say you're going to try to blame it on the Republicans, and then on the next day, you're trying to say that, gee whiz, we know that we're causing these problems. They're admitting they're causing suffering on people, but they're doing it for leverage. And they can't even explain what that leverage is, because they just need to show their radical base that they're having a fight with Donald Trump. It's all it's been about from the beginning. You really want to know who's calling the shots in the Democrat Party? You saw it on the stage this past weekend. Bernie and AOC on the stage with the new leader of the Democrat Party, Mandami. Maybe Chuck Schumer's waiting for Mandami to let him know when he can open the government back up again. But families can't wait, because the real suffering is going to begin. It's already been happening, but it really hits home this weekend when SNAP benefits run out. And they know that. But I'm going to go through some of the lies, the myths, the things that they say when they know better. Chuck Schumer just yesterday said, quote, Republicans are in charge of the White House, the Senate, and the House, but they're refusing to do their job. Now, Chuck Schumer's been in Congress since the 1980s. And he knows that every day he's been there, there's been a requirement that you need not 51, not a majority like we need in the House. He was in the House where you did need a majority, and then he went over to the Senate where it's always been a requirement that you need a supermajority. And in fact, when they changed the rules, it's not a standard or a custom, it's an actual Senate rule that you need 60 votes. The rule used to be higher. And in 1975, many of you might have thought Chuck Schumer voted for that rule. He came in just a few years after. In 1975 is when they lowered the threshold to 60 votes. It used to actually be a higher standard in the rules. And so every day Chuck Schumer's been in Congress, it always took more than a simple majority, in fact, 60 votes to pass these kinds of bills through the Senate. And he knows that. So you'd ask him, why is he trying to lie and mislead the American people? When he makes a statement like that, he knows he's trying to mislead the American people. And yet on other days, he does admit he knows he's causing suffering, but he's doing it for leverage. And so this game back and forth is what the American people are sick and tired of. Hakeem Jeffries, quote, we didn't view the current bill as anything other than a partisan Republican spending bill. He knows good and well that it was a clean CR. If Democrats still to this day don't know the difference between a clean CR and partisan bills, did they stop reading the bills? Because they used to vote for these bills just since 2017. Go look at the facts. Speaker likes talking about the facts. Facts are important here. Since 2017, $30 different CRs. 30 times CRs have moved to keep the government open. And do you know, 29 of the previous times Chuck Schumer's voted yes. 29. This 30th time is the only time Chuck Schumer has voted no. And of course you'd say, well, then what's changed if he's voted? 29 out of 29 times before this, he voted for clean CRs. What's changed? This is a clean CR. What's changed is the Democrat Party has changed. Mondami is now running the party. That party has changed. But the American people still have the same needs. The American people, again, the clean CR doesn't solve our differences. We still have big differences that we need to go negotiate, but let's just do it while the lights are on without the American people being held hostage. And of course, the final myth that's been out there for the beginning of this whole shutdown that we've debunked many times, that it's, quote, a total effing lie, that was Chuck Schumer's word, I think he actually used the word itself, that Democrats support free taxpayer-funded health care, free legals. That was Schumer saying that. And then, of course, when you read his alternative bill, his list of hostage demands, the $1.5 trillion spending bill, it includes in it a provision that repeals the verification we put in that says illegals can't get free health care. And CBO, not us, CBO said that would cost $200 billion in taxpayer health care benefits going to illegals. They know that. Of course they know it. And so why would they want to try to mislead the American people by over and over again making those statements? So here you can see it. Time and time again, the SNAP benefits comment the speaker talked about. They were warned in early October that 42 million people could be at risk in just weeks of losing their SNAP benefits if they didn't open the government. They knew that, and they want to play this game of chicken, this Jekyll and Hyde, one day trying to blame everybody but themselves, and then the other day taking ownership and admitting they're causing suffering, but they want to do it for leverage. You can't have it both ways. And more importantly, the American people are feeling the suffering. And this weekend, that suffering gets worse. And we have voted over and over again to prevent the suffering. It's not necessary. It shouldn't happen. And there's a way to avoid it. All they need to do is today, just 5 Senate Democrats need to get courage and say, we're not going to take our orders from Mondami or whoever else it is that are calling the shots over there. We're going to do the right thing and open this government back up so we can get into that negotiation over all of our differences, which are many, but just don't hold the American people hostage while that goes on. That'll bring up our whip. Tom Emmer.
The Democrats have no leader, no vision, no message. And nothing proves it more than the chaos they have caused with their needless government shutdown. We are now 29 days into this mess, and the Democrats have contradicted themselves every turn with no exit strategy in sight. They've tried to make their shutdown fight about health care, while simultaneously demanding that we cut $50 billion in rural health care and give taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens. Not to mention the Americans who are suffering right now because critical health care services have been put on pause due to the Democrats' shutdown charade. On the issue of SNAP, Democrats are bending over backward to oppose Trump, using taxpayer dollars to fund frivolous lawsuits. Meanwhile, they are the ones causing people to lose their SNAP benefits by refusing to reopen the government. Remember, all of this could have been solved in a matter of 5 minutes by 5 Senate Democrats if they would do the reasonable and right thing by supporting our clean CR. The same CR that they supported just 6 months ago, and as we've said over and over, that they passed 13 times under the Biden administration. But instead, they'd rather run in circles, tripping over their own feet in the process and hanging their constituents out to dry. Why? In order to attain political leverage and score points with the radical Mamdani and Omar Fata supporting that, by the way, for those of you that don't know, is the Mondami of the Midwest, Omar Fata, supporting that wing of their party. Take it from the party who essentially wrote the government shutdown playbook. It doesn't work. Shutdowns achieve nothing but hurt everyone. So enough with the political games. Pass our clean CR and let's reopen the government for the people that you were elected to serve.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good to see you again. Let's get one thing straight right out of the gate. House Republicans did our job. Senate Democrats didn't. It's that simple. More than 1 month ago, under the leadership of Speaker Mike Johnson, the House passed responsible legislation to keep our government, your government, open. Meanwhile, Senate Democrats voted again and again to keep it shut down. So before anyone throws around cheap insults like one Democrat member did on social media this week, and I'll just read it. Lazy Mike Johnson has made himself irrelevant and pointless. You know, I always find that funny. When you can't beat us on the issues, what do children do? They personalize it. And that's exactly what this member is doing. He can't beat us on the issues. So he wants to attack our leader, who has done a remarkable job, and personalize it. We're not in 6th grade anymore. But maybe for some people they are in 6th grade. But let's remember the facts. Republicans acted. The Democrats stalled. Mike Johnson has shown leadership, discipline, and focus. And what's lazy, I'll share with you what's lazy, is Democrats refusing to do their job and blaming everyone else for the problems in which they created. Because what Democrats are doing is wrong. And Americans, real Americans, hardworking Americans, are getting hurt. I, for one, have had it. And I don't think I'm the only one out there. On Sunday, a Democrat House member admitted to the Wall Street Journal that his party is being pushed by far-left groups. He said the quiet part out loud, everybody. He said what we've been saying forever. He said Democrats were lying to the American people about the reason behind the shutdown. Well, that's a shock, right? It isn't for health care. It isn't for health care, because if it was about health care, they wouldn't have stripped the $50 billion rural health care fund. I mean, come on, Democrats, get your stories straight. At least get a good story that you can spin to the American people, but you can't even keep your story straight. Listen, what the speaker said, Ronald Reagan was right. Trust the American people. And you know what? I'll say it again. When the facts aren't on your side, you have to personalize it and you have to lie. But the question right now is, at what point is the pain of the Americans going to outweigh the radical cries of their base? It wasn't when our troops almost didn't get paid. It wasn't when moms and infants were at risk of losing the food off their table. It wasn't when flights across the nation got canceled because air traffic controllers and TSA agents didn't get paid. No. When that happened, Democrats said, every day gets better for them. Really? Maybe because they're getting paid while the people who they represent are not. That's what they said. They said pain for the American people was their best leverage. They said maybe it was uncomfortable, but it was worth it to them. Really? Think about that. Let that settle in. Let that just sit for a minute. So now I ask, will it be enough pain this weekend when 42 million Americans lose access to food on their table? Will it be enough when 2 million Americans miss a paycheck? What Democrats are doing right now is absolutely cruel, but it's also dangerous. And I think Chairman Mast spoke very well on this issue, but let's build on that. When our skies aren't staffed, when our borders aren't secure, and when our troops are at risk of missing a paycheck, that is not a political strategy. That is a national security threat. Enough is enough. Americans do not want to be used as leverage. And they don't want to be used as leverage for another $1 trillion of wasteful spending. They work way too hard for their paychecks. They want relief, they want leadership, and they want results. Democrats, please, I implore you, do what's right. Democrats, do what's right. End the shutdown. End the suffering for the American people. Stop, as you say, leveraging the pain. Vote for the Clean CR funding bill and let America move forward. Thank you.
All right, questions? Manu, go ahead.
Given how dire the feeling that you expressed for so many Americans right now, how do you justify the administration giving this big, massive bailout to Argentina, as well as calling for an increase in beef imports from Argentina?
Look, we give foreign policy, the execution of foreign policy to the executive branch, and that's what the president is doing right now. There's lots of nuances about that. He's involved in negotiating trade agreements around the country to the great success and benefit of the American people right now. Dozens of them being worked out. He's overseas right now doing the same thing. And what he accomplished in Japan is a remarkable thing for the American people. And by the way, they've agreed to invest $550 billion into America, and that's good for everyone. So I can't get into the nuances of every single trade agreement with every country around the world, but we're going to trust the president to do what he's doing. He's had a remarkable track record of success for the American people, and nobody in this room can refute it. So I'm going to leave it right there. Chad, let's talk about the government shutdown. It's the main important thing right here. Chad, go ahead.
Can you talk about some of the members in, excuse me, can you talk about some of the members in your conference who have expressed concern about the House being out, or saying that this has gone on, too long, we need to maybe have another CR or take another approach or do something on healthcare?
Yeah.
Can you talk about what that is like and some of the things that you're hearing from your members who are saying, this is really going on?
Well, you all know what I'm hearing from my members because our calls are leaked every week, and we had a conference call with almost everyone yesterday. By our count, there's about 3 to 4 members of the House Republican Conference who have only mildly questioned working in the districts as opposed to being here on the floor. And we talked through that in as much detail as we can on a call that I know is being printed on the front page of all the papers the next morning. But I can tell you that 99% of all the Republicans in the Senate and the House heartily agree with what we are doing. They understand the most important thing and the most important function and the basic and most simple thing that government must do is keep its operation going for the people. That is the first job of Congress. And when we can't do that, everything is paralyzed. And so we have made that the #1 emphasis. We need the Senate Democrats to do what they have always done in the past. Don't make me tell you all the facts again. 13 times during the Biden administration alone, they voted on CRs to keep the government going. They know the pain they're inflicting. They do not care because they're more afraid of the radical left Marxists in the base than they are the American people. That's plain and simple. And so it's painful for them, for us to get up here every single day and relate again the simple truths. We have to do that. The repetition is what makes the truth saturate, because most of the mainstream media is giving us headwinds. They're pushing back, as I just demonstrated from you from the results. The research proves what we know intuitively, that the mainstream media, most of the legacy media, is parroting the talking points to the other side. You are not asking Chuck Schumer the hard questions. You're not asking Hakeem Jeffries the hard questions. Not enough of them. They're hiding. And they think that they can appease the radical base because they're more afraid of the voices of the far left corner of their party than they are everybody else. And I think there's going to be a big price to pay for that in the future. Yes, sir, right here.
Religion News Service has tracked 5 different instances in the last few weeks. DHS or ICE agents apparently, or the Swedish support, shooting Christian clergy with pepper bullets,
I can't comment on any of those instances. I haven't seen or heard any of those videos, so I'm not going to comment. But I would say, hold on, wait a minute. Let me answer you. Hold on. Thank you. You asked the question. Religious freedom does not extend and give you the right to get in the face of an ICE officer and assault them, if indeed that was what happened there. What I've seen is a measured approach by the people who are trying to enforce our border laws, our immigration laws. And that was desperately needed and desired and demanded by the American people. You might remember the #1 issue in the November election last year was the wide open border and the chaos that has ensued by that. So the people are out doing a very difficult job. ICE officers, by the way, are under tremendous strain and pressure. How would you like to do that job if you had to put on the badge and do it? When you know you have the media criticizing every move, and you have wild protesters in your face, cursing at you, waving their finger in your face, and sometimes pushing you and assaulting you. Okay, it's a dangerous, risky job. Thank the Lord that there are people who are willing to do that difficult job, to put on the badge and show that kind of courage. We should be on the side of law enforcement, and anybody who's trying to disrupt those operations, they need to be handled the right way. Now, look, all of us want the law to be enforced. We are the rule of law party. Chaos is not an American virtue. The rule of law, but you have to have order, and you have to have peace, and you have to have some people who are brave enough to put on the uniform and go ensure that. So get out of their face and let them do their job. That's what I would say. Down here, yes, ma'am.
We're getting closer to the November 21st deadline for the CR that you guys passed. We're almost 3 weeks away from that. Is it time to bring the House back to pass a new CR with a new date? Is fewer than 3 weeks enough time to finish appropriations?
Wouldn't that be a futile exercise when we have a CR that's been sitting over there since September 19th? If I brought the House back and we passed another CR, it would meet the exact same fate of Chuck Schumer. He would mock it, they would spike it, and they would try to blame it on us. So what would be the point of that? We're all concerned about the timing. The Democrats are eating up the clock. We have very important work to do here, and that's why we're pleading with them, not Chuck Schumer. Look, I think Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are irredeemable at this point. I don't think they'll be able to tell Mondami in New York and his disciples that they voted to open the government. I've given up on the leadership. So we're trying to appeal to a handful of moderates or centrists who care more about the American people and will put the people's interests over their own and do the right thing in the Senate. I mean, there's no point in me sitting down with Chuck Schumer. He's painted himself into a corner. I get all that. Mondami it looks like he's going to win and be the mayor of New York City, and Hakeem Jeffries came out and endorsed him. That's all you need to know. Hakeem Jeffries is terrified that Mondami, one of his disciples, is going to challenge him in his own seat in the election next fall. You've already seen that rumored. Some of you have reported on it. So he had to do it. He had to endorse socialism. He had to endorse Marxism. This dangerous ideology that has taken over the Democrat Party. That is what is motivating them. So it doesn't matter what we do in the House. It doesn't matter what we pass. We have to get a handful of moderates over there who care about America to do the right thing. We need at least 7 Democrats. It takes 60 votes in the Senate to pass it. This is not the Republicans. This fault is squarely on the shoulders of the Democrats, and they are the ones causing you the pain, and don't ever let them forget it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Democrat leader.
Mr. President, we are just 3 days away from open enrollment and 3 days away from the biggest health care crisis America has seen in a generation. Right now, millions of Americans, at this moment, all day today, millions of Americans are getting sticker shock as the so-called window shopping period has begun. Americans' families, as they window shop, are seeing that due to Republican obstruction, they will end up having to pay tens of thousands of dollars more each year for health care, seeing their premiums triple, quadruple, or more, just to afford a basic need like health insurance. And what is Donald Trump doing? He's ignoring one colossal health care crisis while manufacturing another, a hunger crisis. In a matter of days, SNAP benefits will run out for 42 million Americans, and let's be very clear, this does not need to happen. This is on Donald Trump's shoulders. He can immediately provide SNAP benefits, as every president has done in the past. Every single president was not so cruel and heartless to hold those hungry children, hungry elderly, hungry veterans as hostages. But Donald Trump, who is a cold, heartless individual, only advancing himself, is doing it for the first time in American history. Never before in American history, not once under a Democratic president or Republican president, has SNAP funding lapsed during a shutdown. Not even in 2019 during Trump's last shutdown. In fact, Trump himself funded SNAP throughout that shutdown. So this argument that he can't do it, that he doesn't have the money, that it's not legal, is just bull. Self-serving, nasty, vicious bull to try and take the most needy people in our society who don't have food right now. It could be a middle-class person who lost a job. Could be an elderly person who has health care costs. And he's saying, the hell with you. I need you to be my hostage for political purposes because I don't want to provide health care for the American people. Just weeks ago, Trump's own U.S. Department of Agriculture confirmed in writing that contingency funds, about $6 billion in emergency reserves, were available to, quote, fund participant benefits. That's not Democrats saying it. That is the Republican-appointed U.S. Department of Agriculture saying again, $6 billion in emergency reserves were, quote, available to fund participant benefits. But then suddenly, after USDA said it, Trump ordered the Department of Agriculture to rip up the contingency plan, literally delete it from their website, the big lie that they can't do it, and told them not to use emergency funds. No explanation, no justification, just plain cruelty from a man who only serves himself. Donald Trump is picking politics over the lives of hungry kids. He is weaponizing hunger, turning millions of children, seniors, and veterans into political pawns to score points in a shutdown fight. Donald Trump is a vindictive politician and a heartless man. And that's why he doesn't care about cutting off food aid to hungry kids. And of course, what he's doing is totally unprecedented. Let's not forget who it affects. 2/3 of SNAP recipients are children, seniors, or people with disabilities. That's who Trump is cutting off. Kids who rely on school meals, seniors on fixed incomes, veterans trying to get by. That's why every single president in history continued SNAP benefits during a shutdown. Instead, what does Trump do? He's focused on $40 billion to bail out Argentina, rather than how to keep SNAP benefits flowing for Americans here at home. And don't give me the lie that this can't be done legally. Every single president, Republican, Democrat, and Trump himself in 2016 has used these funds during shutdowns to keep SNAP running. Trump's own administration asserted that these emergency funds could be used to keep SNAP benefits flowing in a shutdown, and the Government Accountability Office, that's nonpartisan, confirmed it. The USDA can also use the same transfer authority they used to keep WIC afloat in October to move money over to SNAP for November. To claim otherwise is a bald lie. Republicans are on a crusade to kill SNAP. They tried to do it in their big, beautiful bill. They don't like funding hungry children. They say to the most needy in society, we don't give a damn about you. In fact, we'll use you as political pawns. Trump and Republicans spent their entire summer slashing SNAP by a historic $200 billion. Why? To pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Now they're doubling down, using the shutdown to further devastate families and leave kids hungry. But Democrats will not stand by while Trump manufactures a hunger crisis. We're ready to work in whatever way to solve this issue. There's a bill right now from Senator Hawley, a Republican, a conservative Republican, that could ensure SNAP is funded. It has Republican and Democratic support. It's a bill I'd happily support and vote for. And as soon as Thune would let Hawley put it on the House floor, it will pass. Plain and simple. But that's not the only option, of course. This week, Senate Democrats, led by my friend Senator Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico, will introduce legislation to fully fund SNAP and WIC, going better than Hawley's bill, to protect hungry kids, pregnant women, veterans, working parents. The bill is simple, it's moral, it's urgent, and ask John Thune why he won't put it on the floor. He decries the fact that SNAP benefits are cut off. He knows the money is available. He knows there's broad Republican support for it, and he doesn't put it on the floor. He's afraid of Trump. That's it. He knows better. We Democrats are ready to act. We will push to pass the Lujan bill. We will vote for the Hawley bill if Thune does the right thing and puts it on the floor before the weekend, before families lose their benefits, before holidays turn into a hunger crisis. We are ready to act. We're ready to work with anyone, Republicans or Democrats, who are willing to stop this cruelty. But Senate Republicans, especially Leader Thune, have to find the courage to stand up to Trump. Right now they're frozen, paralyzed by fear, by cynicism, while millions of Americans wonder how they'll feed their families. So I say to my Republican colleagues, don't block the Hawley bill. Put it on the floor, Senator Thune. Don't block the Lujan bill, which goes even better. Don't let politics outweigh compassion. Let's stop this hunger shutdown. Let's stop this shutdown. Let's stop the shutdown Republicans caused, using hungry people as pawns. Let's feed our people, and let's end this hunger crisis before it begins. Now on China's Asian trip and tariffs. As we enter the 29th day of the government shutdown, where's Donald Trump? Gallivanting in Asia, dancing in Malaysia. He's preparing now to meet with President Xi of China to strike a trade deal that will sell out the American people, give away vital national security tools in exchange for little more than a photo op. President Trump is about to congratulate himself, patting himself hard on the back for cleaning up a mess that he created. Again, President Trump is about to congratulate himself for cleaning up a mess that he created. It's amazing what this guy does. It's the same story with his so-called deal with South Korea. We're actually worse off because tariffs on Korean imports went from 2% now to 15%. But Donald Trump created a mess and now wants credit for pretending like he fixed it. On China, Donald Trump's trade negotiations with China have been a failure. His actions have decimated soybean farmers. He has hurt small businesses. And has he revived any of American manufacturing? No. China's still flooding global markets with subsidized goods, still stealing American technologies to undercut U.S. firms and workers. And meanwhile, we have lost tens of thousands of American manufacturing jobs. This is Trump's MO in foreign policy. He creates a giant mess. Then he wants everyone to praise him when he tries to clean it up and ignore the damage that he has inflicted. He creates the mess, tries to clean it up, and pats himself on the back when we're no better off, worse off than when we started. Now, in anticipation of today's meeting with Trump and President Xi, Senate Democrats are demanding that President Trump not negotiate away America and our allies' national security. He is using the most advanced semiconductor chips, which China doesn't have, as a bargaining chip. China's desperate to get these chips. And if Trump gives it away, China will dominate the world of AI in a few short years. And Americans will pay an awful price. Where are our China hawks on the Republican side decrying this? Where are they? Because these chips are vital, and it's American technology that has produced them, American companies that make them. China's desperate to get them because it will make them the leader in AI in a few years. AI, the most dominant technology in the world. And China and Trump is willing to give away those crown jewels so he can say he has a deal and undo the mess that he created with tariffs. Donald Trump's chip deal is not America first, but China first, putting China first over the next decade in what is the most crucial technology facing the world. Americans will regret that move for generations. Historians will note it as one of the turning points where America became not the primary power in the world, but secondary to China. All because Trump wants an immediate press hit to say, hey, I have a deal, even though that deal doesn't move us forward at all and cleans up the mess he created. Now, President Trump's trip to the Asian continent could have been an opportunity to make progress with America's vital partners. He could have used this trip to end his reckless trade war, to stop alienating our allies, to show strength and unite our allies against the Chinese Communist Party, and most importantly, to help Americans struggling with high costs here at home. But so far, his trip has been a total dud. By the end of his trip to Asia, it could be the case that we somehow have higher tariffs on our neighbor Canada than we do on our biggest rival, China. How on earth does that make sense? In fact, the biggest news out of this trip is that Donald Trump seems to finally realize that he can't run for a third term. That just goes to show you how fruitless this trip has been. American families are facing enough problems right now with the nightmare of open enrollment, the pain of higher groceries, the prices of everything from cars to home appliances to electricity skyrocketing. The last thing they want is to turn on the TV and see Trump being gifted a golden crown and then signing a deal with China that royally screws over Americans. Trump's trade war has been an utter disaster from the start. It's been a nightmare for our allies, for our economy, for our families who are paying more because of the Trump tariff tax. I'm proud the Senate came together yesterday in a bipartisan vote, 52-48, to end Trump's tariffs on Brazil yesterday. The tariffs he puts on Brazil is simply because he's angry that the Brazilian government is prosecuting a friend of his, a guy who's MAGA just like him. Isn't that amazing? That's why he put Trump tariffs on Brazil. That's why Americans are paying more for their cup of coffee in the morning, because Trump wants to embrace and help a MAGA right-wing guy who's being prosecuted by the legitimate Brazilian government. It's amazing. This week we'll have more resolutions to push back on Trump's trade war and help stop the bleeding. Our Republican colleagues will have a choice. Stand with Trump's idiotic, disastrous, and often juvenilely inspired tariffs, or stand with American families and vote to lower costs for people back home. I yield the floor.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I'd like to start with a quote. Here it is. Quote is, "It is time to pass a clean continuing resolution and end this shutdown today." Goes on to say, no half measures and no gamesmanship. Those are the words from the American Federation of Government Employees. Not Fox News, not the National Review, not the Wall Street Journal, no. These are the words of the American Federation of Government Employees. Let me tell you about the organization. They are the largest union in America for federal workers. They were proud promoters a couple of weeks ago of the far left's radical rally. They're a very liberal group that has sued the Trump administration now more than a dozen times in the past year. This is a group that endorsed Kamala Harris for president. 100% of their 2024 campaign war chest went to Democrats. Even my friend and colleague who's on the floor right now, Dick Durbin of Illinois, the Democrat whip, admits, quote, "They are our friends. We take them seriously." This labor union is one of the Democrats' biggest cheerleaders. And today they are calling out Democrats for playing politics and holding hostages of the paychecks of over 800,000 federal workers. If that doesn't push the Democrats to wake up and reopen the government, hard to tell what will. We are now on day 29 of the Schumer shutdown, and Democrats have set a record for the longest full government shutdown in American history. Union after union are begging the Democrats to open the government. It's not only this American Federation of Government Employees. Oh, no, it's the head of the Capitol Police Union. The head of the Capitol Police Union warns the longer the shutdown goes on, the harder it becomes for our officers. The president of the Teamsters Union says American workers are not bargaining chips. Senators should stop screwing around and pass the House-passed clean, short-term funding resolution. The head of the National Air Traffic Controllers, their union warns the message is simple: end the shutdown today. There is no excuse, the union leader says, that these hardworking men and women are showing up to do this job and to not even know when or if they're going to get paid. These are working Americans, and their paychecks are missing. And at the same time their paychecks are missing, their bills are mounting. And the stress that they're suffering is multiplying. The message is clear: reopen the government today. Democrats refuse to listen. Instead, they freely admit it's all about politics. They're playing a big and dangerous game of politics, and it's a politics of pain. The minority leader, Schumer, gloated. He gloated this month to the press in a sit-down interview with Punchbowl News. He says, every day gets better for us. I'm not sure who the us is, but it's not the American people. Then you have the whip in the House and the Democrat side of the aisle. What did she say? She admitted to Fox News. She said, of course there will be families that will suffer, but it is one of the few leveraged times that we have. That's not somebody that's serious about taking care of people and making sure we get the government open. And even my friend and colleague Chris Coons of Delaware just last Thursday told a national television audience on C-SPAN, quote, frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. And he called the shutdown an unpleasant tool. He's voted 13 times to keep using this unpleasant tool to keep the government closed. Now, those are the words of high-ranking Democrats in both the House and the Senate. And at the same time, vulnerable mothers and children are being described as leverage so Democrats can give free health care to illegal immigrants. That's what they're doing, using the American people as leverage, as pawns in their big game of politics. And what are their demands? Health care for illegal immigrants. It's reckless, it's radical, and it is wrong. This suffering, the, quote, unpleasantness, is going to get worse as the weeks go on, unless the Democrats vote to reopen the government. Air traffic controllers missed their first full paychecks yesterday. 1.8 million federal workers missed their full paycheck on Friday. This includes Border Patrol agents, TSA agents. By the end of the week, 42 million Americans will lose food assistance. The Democrats call that unpleasantness. Lines at food banks are already swelling. The New York Times reports food banks are anticipating an even greater surge in demand. What do the Democrats call that? Unpleasantness, so they can have leverage. Families from New Hampshire to Georgia are going to go hungry because Democrats choose to close the government and refuse to open it. What do the Democrats call that? Unpleasantness. Democrats know the president can't legally use emergency funds to the tune of $9 billion per month for food assistance. Democrats have an option. Vote for a clean, continuing resolution and reopen the government. Of course, the Schumer shutdown is not only a financial issue, it's also causing a crisis in national security. This past weekend, 1 in 6 air traffic controllers nationwide, in terms of the locations, the centers, were understaffed. Since Sunday, nearly 20,000 flights have been delayed. What do the Democrats call that? Unpleasantness. Some Democrats privately say they're not going to budge unless, quote, planes are falling out of the sky. That's their definition of unpleasantness. Democrats continue to embrace the politics of pain. Democrats have chosen leverage over the lives of people in this country. They've chosen leverage over because they want to fight Trump. They should be feeding our families. They're choosing politics over paychecks. The American people deserve better. We're not getting it from the Democrats in this body. Senate Republicans have voted 13 times for a clean, short-term, continuing resolution to reopen the government and pay every federal worker. 13 times Senate Democrats have voted no. Under Joe Biden, they voted 13 times for the exact same kind of clean, continuing resolution. They voted yes all of those times. Here's the math everybody in this chamber understands. It takes 60 votes to reopen the government. 55 senators have voted to reopen the government time and time again. That means we need 5 more Democrats to end the shutdown. Republicans are absolutely ready to pay for our nation's workers, to feed our nation's families, and to reopen the government. Democrats continue to vote against this, seem to be committed to what House Democrat whip admits is suffering and what Senator Coons continues to call unpleasantness. Democrats need to stop playing this dangerous game of the politics of pain. They need to reopen the government, and they need to do it today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Minority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask consent that statement in my hand be entered into the record separately from the other comments I will make this morning.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to clarify several points raised by my friend and colleague from Wyoming, Dr. John Barrasso, my Senate colleague, and he is my friend. I disagree with him, and I think several things that he said were incorrect and need to be clarified on the record. First, the notion that we're providing health insurance for illegal immigrants is wrong. Let me tell you why it's wrong. You go back almost 20 years, I believe at the Reagan presidency, when we had a phenomena in the United States that needed to be addressed. People were showing up at the emergency rooms of hospitals and being turned away. Some of them were bleeding out in the driveways of hospitals across America. We changed the law under President Reagan, and we changed the law to say that you must admit people coming through the door who need emergency medical assistance, women who are in labor to deliver a child, people who are literally bleeding to death. Do I hear the senator from Wyoming say that we should be turning those people away? I hope not, and I don't think that's what he really believes. He understands, as I do, that there are compelling human situations where you provide assistance, and I thank our hospitals for doing that. But to say that we are trying to make sure that we manufacture some coverage for illegal aliens is to overlook the obvious. We don't want these hospitals turning away people who are literally in an extreme situation. I will defend that to the death, and I'll just tell you that when President Reagan and others supported that, it was considered to be bipartisan common sense. It still is today. And when it comes to the SNAP program, it's true that 1 out of 8 Americans count on SNAP to provide $6 a day for feeding. A third of those Americans are children, another third are disabled, and the other third are senior citizens. It's a valuable program in my state where almost 2 million people receive this kind of assistance. Why are we stopping the decision to fund SNAP? It's a decision by the White House and the President and the Republicans in Congress. They have decided that even though they posted on the website for this program just a few weeks ago that they had the money to cover it in the case of a shutdown, they removed that language and now say they won't provide food for hungry Americans. That is not necessary. In fact, there's a way around it. It's been used before by this president and others in a shutdown and crisis situation, and it should be used again. Let's not bargain this political decision that we're making in Washington on the tables and health of Americans who receive the SNAP program. Now let me say a word about the core issue that's at stake here. We have a problem we face that we need to correct, and needed to correct it now, because the decision was made in the big, beautiful Trump budget bill not to provide tax credits to millions of Americans who qualify under the Affordable Care Act. Many of them are seeing increased health insurance premiums they never anticipated. Let me give you an example. In my state of Illinois, Cook County is the largest county, includes the city of Chicago. The average monthly premium under the Affordable Care Act now is $226, $226 a month. The projected increase, because of the Republicans' big, beautiful bill, goes from $226 a month to $441 a month. In other words, about $2,500 the individual would be paying for health insurance over and above what they pay this year. That's an increase of 95%. How is this affecting other states? Let's take one, for example, South Dakota. Population of about 1 million people. 53,000 of them are covered by the Affordable Care Act. They're facing this kind of increase too in their premiums. I'm sure the senators from South Dakota, both of them, want to protect their families from health insurance premiums they can't afford. They don't want people to drop coverage. In order to protect them, they have to change the law, the big, beautiful law, and as they called it, and provide assistance for people to pay these health insurance premiums. That is at issue. Across the United States, some 24 million people are facing this reality. It's a hardship for them that can be taken care of and should be on a bipartisan basis. The problem is that it isn't just tinkering at the edges that's at stake here with many Republicans. They want to do away with the Affordable Care Act. Under the first Trump term, I can still remember when Senator McCain came through those doors at 2 in the morning and voted no to save the Affordable Care Act. Trump in his first presidency wanted to get rid of it, and many Republicans still do. What is their alternative? They have none. They have no alternative. They just are angry over this notion of Obamacare and want to see some other approach to it, but can't put it on paper because it won't do the basics that the Obamacare has done, which provides health insurance across the board to more Americans than ever in our history. So here's the bottom line. We can take care of the issues that face us, the government shutdown, as well as making sure that the Affordable Care Act premiums don't go through the roof on a bipartisan basis if people of goodwill will agree to do that. We've spent now a month or longer at this impasse, and it's time to break it. Let's reach an agreement that provides for health insurance premiums that are affordable. Let's reopen this government, and let's do it sooner rather than later. As I've said repeatedly, there are plenty of tables in this building. Let's sit at that table as soon as the president returns with the president. Let's have the House of Representatives in their vacation, 6-week vacation, come back to Washington and do the business of the people in that chamber as well. And let's put our leaders at the table as well. This can be done and should be done quickly. As soon as the president returns from his overseas trip and the House of Republicans can reconvene, which could be tomorrow, let's get down to business to do that. Mr. President, I have another statement I'd like to make in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. It's hard to explain what's going on in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois that I represent. We have a president who insisted on sending National Guard troops in from Texas. Governor of Illinois says they're not needed. We have our own National Guard if we need one. And instead, they send in these troops waiting for court approval to spread out across the city of Chicago. At the same time, ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, is creating a reign of terror in the city of Chicago. I do not exaggerate. Why are they in force in Chicago? Because the president has said over and over again that immigrants are the problem in America. You've heard the speeches, waving his arms at these rallies saying we got to stop the rapists, the murderers, the terrorists, the criminally insane and criminal predators who come across our border from committing all these crimes, so we're going to crack down on them in cities that just happened to vote against me in the last election. So what they've done, President Trump has done, is send in these ICE agents who've created this reign of terror. It is hard to describe what is going on excuse me, in this great city when it comes down to these ICE agents. They have people afraid to leave their homes, to go shopping, to go to church, to go to a restaurant, to meet with their family, to bring their kids to school. The stories come in over and over again, what these ICE agents are doing. Do you know what happened last Saturday? In their effort to get the worst of the worst, the criminal elements among the immigrants, these ICE agents raided a Halloween parade for kids in Old Irving Park. Well, that's where you're going to find a lot of terrorists, I'm sure. I just, of course. We know what happened. Harassment, fear, and they left. They gathered on the sidewalk outside of a Lutheran church in Albany Park in Chicago, dropped tear gas canisters, and neighbors came out blowing their whistles, and finally they left. These are men who are wearing masks so they can't be identified, and some of them wearing uniforms that have no identification whatsoever. They travel about in vans with no markings on them, and they're harassing people in all sorts of ways. This is not America, and this is not how we fight crime in this country. Unfortunately, it is the reality of what's happening. But sometimes, in the worst of times, things emerge which are nothing short of incredible. It happened yesterday in Chicago. There's a section of the city of Chicago called Little Village in Lawndale. Yesterday, several hundred high school students from the local high school marched down 26th Street in Little Village section of Chicago. They were doing that to protest what the treatment that they faced with these ICE agents. Mr. President, I ask consent that this article from the Chicago Sun-Times be printed in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the Trump administration's Operation Midway Blitz began in September, whistles have been used as warnings that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is nearby. On Tuesday, the whistle blowing, that was yesterday, Tuesday, the whistleblowing coincided with students carrying Mexican flags and signs during a staged walkout of local schools. Mr. President, this was a peaceful demonstration. I see the photograph from the parade of these high school students, several hundred of them, and two of them are carrying a large copy of the wording of the U.S. Constitution. Others are carrying American flags, some carrying Mexican flags. In an over 2-mile walk, hundreds of students yesterday made their way from Little Village, Lawndale High School, to the Little Village Arch, denouncing recent ICE actions and supporting immigrant communities. Immigration enforcement descended on Little Village last week, resulting in multiple people being taken into custody. The sobering effect of the arrival of federal officers had on the community inspired this walkout by these students. And the Social Justice High School senior, Sofia Lopez, said, and here I'm quoting her, "They hurt us like they've never hurt us before. They attacked our community. They surrounded the parks. They surrounded our school. I've never felt more unsafe in my life than that day," Lopez said. "We need to protect our people's peace. We need to protect their freedom and dignity, because if we don't, no one will." Lopez and other students organized the walkout, which included her peers from 4 schools on Little Village Lawndale High School campus. These students walked peacefully through the community. With less than a week of planning, Lopez said she was pleased with the large turnout and made sure her fellow of protesting, including the presence of federal agents, telling them they will not stop. This is what she told her fellow students. They will not stop because you do not care, she said. Still, fear did not stop these students yesterday. They were accompanied by Chicago police officers as they moved along the road. Chants of "Say it loud, say it clear, immigrants are welcome here, and the people united will never be divided," drew honks from cars stopped along the marchers' path. The march through the village drew people to the sidewalks, cheering and blowing whistles in solidarity with these students. Others hung out of windows and overlooked the street or pressed themselves against storefront windows, smiling and recording. The community engagement was not lost on Lopez, who said her beautiful, vibrant home had gone quiet amid the recent federal election. And then she said, "I've seen so many people come out smiling and feeling safe, which is something we haven't felt in this area in months. And that's what I want. That is all I want," Lopez said. The protest was just for us to get peace, to be able to walk down the street again without being scared, to be able to live your life. For Lopez, protesting was worth whatever potential consequences. When her peers and family expressed concern, she pushed back. She said, "I said to them, I don't care if I get expelled. I don't care if I get detained. I will do this for my people, for my community, because they deserve it," Lopez said. They deserve people to speak out for them. They deserve people to show the love and appreciation that they give us and to our students, social justice, and Little Village Lawndale High School as a whole. That was an extraordinary amount of courage for a high school student in the city of Chicago. She knows her parents and many other families are afraid of what might happen because of the ICE agents that are roaming through, showing their strength to bust up Halloween parades, showing their strength to drop tear gas canisters in front of churches when people come out after the services. This extraordinary show of courage and her commitment to our country is nothing new. I, 20 years ago, introduced a bill called the DREAM Act. And as I described this act, which said if you're brought to this country as a small child, you should have a chance for a path to citizenship. I used to tell that story, and then I'd wait afterwards when I go out to my car outside of a hall, and there would be young people waiting for me in the dark, looking in both directions, afraid that someone would see them. And they'd say, "Senator, I'm a dreamer. Thank you for this legislation." Well, we've never been able to make it law, but I'm happy to say that President Obama used his executive power to create DACA and protect 800,000 of these young people around the country. Now, this generation of young people is doing what happened next in the story of the DREAM Act. After DACA was created, most of these young people, despite the advice and warnings of their parents, came out publicly and said, "I'm a dreamer. I want to be part of America's future." It was extraordinary courage on their part. Now this generation's doing the same, marching down 26th Street to say they want an end to this harassment by the ICE officials. This is not what America is all about. If you're engaged in stopping the worst of the worst and criminal elements among immigrants, count me in. But harassing innocent families that have not violated the law is not the way to do it. So far, 70% or more of those who've been detained by ICE as part of this venture have no criminal record whatsoever. It is harassment and terror, plain and simple. I salute these students in Little Village for the courage that they showed. I hope that students across the Chicagoland area and beyond will stand in solidarity with them in peaceful protest to the intimidation that's taking place in Little Village. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 15 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise to urge my colleagues to overturn the Biden administration's sweeping restrictions of what we call in Alaska the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, so to pass the CRA, Senate Joint Resolution 80 that we're going to vote on here in a couple of minutes. And when I say the Biden administration's restrictions, in this case, that is not strong enough. What the Biden administration did when they came into office is they took the NPRA, that's right there, the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska, and they said, we're going to essentially shut this down. So what is the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska? Well, Mr. President, it started out 1923, President Warren Harding said that this is so important, this area of Alaska, we're going to call it the Naval Petroleum Reserve of Alaska for the U.S. Navy for oil. Okay, then Congress later came in law, said, no, we're going to designate this the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska. It's the size of Indiana, and we're going to make sure it's developed for oil development. That's what this body did. So Joe Biden comes in and says, nope, we're going to take an executive order and we're going to shut it down. And that's what they did. So, Mr. President, the most important element of this is not just Biden flaunting the law, which he did in Alaska many times, as I'm going to get to, he canceled the voices of the most important people in Alaska who live there. So let me go to the next slide here. A lot of people have seen this. This is what I call the last frontier lockup. Okay, this is a map of Alaska. Here's NPRA up here. Okay, again, we're a big state. That's about the size of Indiana. Biden issued 70 executive orders and executive actions singularly focused on my state during his 4 years. 70. One of them is the lockup of NPRA on this huge list. By the way, I went to the President Biden, when this list was at 48, and I handed it to him. I said, Mr. President, what are you doing? Do you even know what you're doing? John Podesta was in there, all the bad, far left radical enviros. You're crushing our state. You're crushing American energy. You're killing workers, and you're not listening to the native people of my state who don't like this. And by the way, Mr. President, we have the highest standards in the world on resource development in Alaska. But they didn't listen. 70 executive orders singularly focused on one state. It was an outrage. But it showed their priorities, which was not to unleash American energy, but to listen to the radical far left who always want to shut down Alaska. Don't care about the native people, don't care about jobs, certainly don't care about union jobs. So, Mr. President, the good news is, when President Trump came into office, he said enough of that, we are going to unleash Alaska. So day one, this is a day one executive order from the President of the United States. He said, we're going to unleash Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. That's a day one executive order from President Trump. And so that's what we're doing. And we're going to do it through the executive branch, like the President's doing, and here in the legislative branch. So not surprisingly, Mr. President, this morning there was a statement of administrative policy from the Trump administration saying they, quote, strongly support passage of SJ Res 80 of my CRA. So I'd like to submit this for the record.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, of course, why do we want to do this? Again, we have the highest environmental standards in the world, but when you unleash Alaska energy, when you unleash Montana energy, when you unleash American energy, it helps with jobs. It helps with our environment because we have the highest standards in the world. And it really helps, Mr. President, with national security. I remember a meeting I was in many years ago with Senator McCain, John McCain, and a very prominent Russian dissident, Vladimir Kara-Murza. Putin has tried to poison and kill this guy twice. He's still alive. He lives in America now. He's a great hero. And at the end of the meeting, I looked at Vladimir Kara-Murza. What more can we do to undermine the Putin regime? And you know what he said? He says, simple, Senator. The number one thing America can do to undermine Vladimir Putin is produce more American energy. So, by the way, all my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who love shutting down energy production, you're only helping our adversaries, Venezuela, China, Russia. So this is about national security, environmental stewardship, and really important, Mr. President, I want to talk about another group that matters a lot with regard to this CRA. And this is the Native people who live on the North Slope of Alaska. This is a slide that I put out a lot. So this is where we're looking at. This is the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska in my state. This is what we call our trilateral in Alaska. The Inupiat community of the Arctic Slope, that's the tribe. The North Slope Borough, which is our government entity, which is huge. North Slope Borough, I think, is almost the size of Montana. And the Arctic Slope Regional Corporation, which is our regional native corporation. They tried, Mr. President, 8 times they flew to Washington, D.C. This is all native people. They flew to Washington, D.C. during the Biden administration. 8 times they flew down here, 4,000 miles away from their home, to try to meet with the Secretary of Interior, Secretary Holland, in the White House of the Biden administration saying, don't do this NPRA lockup. This is our land. Don't do it. And you know what, Mr. President? The Biden administration never even met with them. Secretary of Interior never met with them. They flew here 8 different times to say, don't do it. This is every tribal leader, native leader on the North Slope, and their voices were ignored. Think about that. 8 times. Now, the total insult, when Biden finally did this giant regulation locking up the entire National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska, you know what he did? He and Secretary Holland put out a statement saying, we did this because the native people of Alaska wanted it. I went on national TV. I don't normally throw bombs, but I went on national TV. I said, that is a bald-faced lie from Joe Biden. Bald-faced lie. He was canceling native voices, and then he was using them. He literally said, we did this because the native people of Alaska wanted it. Outrageous. Actually, one of the most outrageous things I saw the Biden administration do, and they did a heck of a lot of outrageous stuff. So, Mr. President, I want to submit for the record a letter from ICAS, the North Slope Borough, and ASRC, the trilateral as we call it, all the native leadership on the North Slope, strongly supporting my CRA. I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
And I'd also like to submit for the record, a letter from the Alliance, which is all of our companies, not just energy companies, but all related companies, the biggest group of businesses, workers in Alaska, who also strongly support my CRA. I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. President.
Without objection.
Let me just end with this. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can vote for this CRA. But But, Mr. President, I talk about jobs, I talk about national security, I talk about working families, all of which are very important. At the end of the day, this is so important because this actually, in my state, is a matter of life and death. What do I mean, Mr. President? Now, I've trotted out this chart a lot. I'm going to explain it here. But this is why I get so riled up about these issues and why when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and Democratic administrations always come up to Alaska saying, hey, we're going to just shut you down, right? We're going to crush your jobs. Why I get so animated about it. It's jobs, it's national security. When you're producing energy from America, from Alaska, you're strengthening the country, strengthening good jobs, good union jobs, by the way. But the other thing you're doing is you're helping people live longer. Helping people live longer. What do I mean? Mr. President, I break this chart out a lot because it's really important to me. This is from the American Medical Association from 1980 to 2014 on Americans' life expectancy. Who was living longer? Who, unfortunately, was living less longer? If you look here, this is America. The light blue, the darker blue, purple, that's the states that are living the longest. Yellow, orange, red, that's actually people losing life expectancy. That's not good at all. The place that had the longest life expectancy increase from 1980 to 2014 was my state. 13 years. Look at this. 13 years. On the North Slope, Northwest Arctic Borough, Aleutian Island chain. So how did that happen? Why did that happen? Mr. President, it happened because responsible resource development happened. The native people of my state were living 13 years longer, more than any other place in the country. And I've asked my colleagues a lot when we debate this, give me a policy indicator of success, more important than the people you are representing are living longer. There isn't one. I've never heard of one. People I'm representing are living longer because we're responsibly developing resources, and they get jobs, and they get gymnasiums, and they get hospitals, and they get flush toilets and running water, which a lot of the communities in my state, native communities, don't have. So this is a matter of life and death for my colleagues, and I do want to really try to encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, join us. This is the right call. There's a lot of talk about, hey, we want to help minority communities, we want to help people of color. Here's your chance. You're going to help them live longer. So, Mr. President, I'm hoping that every member of this body can come down and vote for my CRA because it's the right thing to do. It's going to help with jobs, it's going to help with national security, and it's what the native people in my state who actually live there want. Again, they came down here 8 different times and told President Biden and Secretary Haaland, don't do this. Don't do this. Not only did they ignore their voices, they wouldn't even meet with them. So now we have a chance to right that wrong, pass my CRA, and again, I really hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will do this, because it is the right thing to do. And the indigenous people of my state who live here want this because it's going to help them live longer. I don't think there's anything more important than that. Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 221, Senate SJ Res 80.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 221, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Collins, Curtis, Fisher, Hawley, Kennedy, Lummis, Moody, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Sheehy, and Sullivan. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Hickenlooper, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Schumer, and Welch. Mr. King, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Lee, aye.
No, it's
Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Justice, aye.
On this motion, the ayes are 54, the nays are 46, and the motion is agreed to. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Edmund G. LaCour, Jr. of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Northern District.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Gotcha. White House, Warren. Daines. Thank you. Hassan. Smith. McCormick. Johnson. Dan. Thank you.
You go first. Go first. No, we're good.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cotton, Daines, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McCormick, Marino, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Bennett, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Hirono, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murphy, Padilla, Reed, Sanders, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warren, and Whitehouse. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Welch? No. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Mrs. Moody? Aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Right.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 47. The confirmation is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Okay. Sure. I ask unanimous consent.
Senator from Tennessee.
I ask unanimous consent to resume the legislative session.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier this month, we discovered one of the worst abuses of government power in our nation's history. The FBI, under President Biden, spied on 8 U.S. senators. I was one of those 8. Now, what we have learned so far is this. The agency, the FBI, tracked whom we were calling on our cell phones, where we were physically located when we made or received the calls, and how long each call lasted. We still don't know the predicate for the subpoena, but they did go into a court and they got a subpoena. Now, by all appearances, the spying was politically motivated. The lawmakers who were spied on, all are Republicans. Each one of us support President Trump, and we had valid questions about the outcomes of the 2020 election. What we also know is that no American should be spied on by their government because of their political beliefs, whether they're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. This should not happen. Now, we're all duly elected members of Congress, and Jack Smith and the CR-15 unit at the FBI that did his dirty work for him violated our First and Fourth Amendment rights, the separation of powers, the Speech and Debate Clause, and the Stored Communications Act. If they are willing to do this to us, just imagine what they are willing to do to private citizens who have a different political point of view. What were they doing to the moms and dads that went to school board meetings? What were they doing to pro-lifers? We already know that through the same probe, which was termed Arctic Frost, that the FBI investigated nearly 100 Republican and conservative groups, including the Republican National Committee, the Republican Attorneys General Association, and Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. We're hearing they may have surveilled as many as 150 different individuals. Now, we are learning that this weaponization of government was approved by those at the very top of Joe Biden's Justice Department. Late last week, Chairman Grassley, who chairs our Judiciary Committee, released an FBI memo drafted on April 4th, 2022. That authorized the Arctic Frost probe. Among the people whose signatures appear on that document are then Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco and the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland. And oh, by the way, the memo was written by FBI Director Christopher Wray. We're only learning about this abuse of power and this weaponization of the FBI because the Trump administration and Republicans are committed to complete transparency and accountability. They're committed to a single tier of justice, not two different tiers of justice. And thankfully, FBI Director Kash Patel has fired all the individuals that were involved in the spying operation. Now it's time to figure out how else they have weaponized our nation's justice system. So we will begin to have some hearings, and we are going to put these individuals under oath and ask them to explain how they allowed this to happen. And what we have heard so far is that Jack Smith, who was the ringleader of this, he wants assurances, his choice of words, that he won't be punished in exchange for testifying about his spying scheme before Congress. He is absolutely out of his mind if he thinks he's going to get off with this scot-free. This is a scandal bigger than Watergate. It is a scandal where the FBI and the DOJ have been weaponized, politicized, and no, he will not get off scot-free. The American people want to see that people are going to be held to account. So if we need to subpoena him, that's exactly what we will do. And we're also going to determine why exactly Verizon Wireless complied with the FBI's groundless subpoena request. Just last week, we learned that AT&T also received a subpoena request from Jack Smith for 2 other members of Congress' phone records. Yet, when AT&T questioned Smith's team about the legality of the subpoena, they apparently backed down and they abandoned the effort altogether. So it's very curious why Verizon just rolled over and went along with this lawless request and didn't move to question and didn't move to quash the subpoena. So we'll get to the bottom of that. It's important to realize Lady Justice is blindfolded. The American people want that one tier of justice, equal treatment under the law, equal access. And we're not going to stop fighting until we can ensure that the weaponization of government that occurred under Joe Biden does not ever happen again. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Late last month, I had the honor of joining President Trump in the Oval Office as he signed an order establishing the Memphis Safe Task Force. This is a coordinated effort by the Justice Department, FBI, and 11 other federal agencies to work with local and state officials, support the Memphis Police Department, and get violent criminals off the streets. This support has been desperately needed. Last year, Memphis saw the highest crime rate in the country. In many parts of the city, residents have told us they could not walk out their front door without fear of being robbed, shot, or murdered. Now, with the task force, we're seeing violent, repeat criminals get locked up after terrorizing Memphians for far too long. In just 1 month of operations, there have been some just astounding, remarkable results. The authorities, they're working together as a team. They have made more than 1,700 arrests, including 114 warrant arrests for aggravated assault, 116 arrests for domestic violence, 23 arrests for robbery, 12 for sexual assault, and 10 for homicide. At the same time, the task force has recovered more than 370 illegal weapons and more than 230 stolen vehicles. And they have found more than 80 missing children. This is a huge step forward for Memphis. Already, Memphians are doing things that they could not do before, and they are enjoying this wonderful, historic, iconic city. For the opening night for the Memphis Grizzlies, fans came out to the game in huge numbers, knowing that law enforcement was there to keep the peace. As one fan said outside the FedEx Forum, and I'll quote them, "It is so peaceful, we're just enjoying life and it feels so free," end quote. This is something that all Americans should celebrate, and we will not stop fighting to make Memphis safer. We are going to make certain it is the safest city in the U.S., not the most dangerous. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator for Hawaii.
Mr. President, a couple of weeks ago, I came to the floor to talk about where the Republicans are. And this is now effectively the House of Representatives has adjourned. The national legislature has adjourned. And I want everyone to understand what's going on here. These are work periods. These yellow days are work periods. So August is off. Everyone's supposed to be home. But what they did was they left early. So here, all these are crossed out. They didn't show up. And then they didn't show up for any of these days. That's fine. But then they decided to unexpectedly cancel this week, and then this week, and then this week, and then this week. And now we are at the point where if you're a member of the House of Representatives, over the last 3 months, for every day that you show up for work, you get 7 days off. And the rest of the federal workforce is either furloughed at home and not getting their paycheck, or they're considered an accepted employee, which is essentially a designation you get if the work you do is so essential for safety that you have to work anyway. And so here you have the members of the House of Representatives getting paid not to show up. And then you have the rest of the federal workforce having to show up and not get paid. I've lived through several shutdowns, unfortunately, but none like this. Usually both parties are in town for a start. Usually both parties are in town. And I get the play that Speaker Johnson made at the outset. It's a pretty common play. It's considered a jam job, which is essentially, here's this bill, now we're out of town, it's the only thing you can pass or not pass, and so you're now under pressure to either pass it or not pass it. Very common thing to do. They jammed us. They did the same thing in March, and it worked. But it didn't work this time. And then the Speaker of the House, instead of saying, gosh, we should probably start a negotiation and try to figure out how to keep the lights on in the United States government, keep people from losing their paychecks, he just said, well, tough. I'm going to adjourn the House of Representatives. And I want everyone to understand how ahistorical this is. This is already a very light schedule, right? Just objectively speaking, people don't get schedules like this before you do all the cross-offs, right? This is even a light schedule compared to normal House schedules. This guy is not that interested in legislating, and I just also want to make one other specific point. It's not as though there is nothing else to do. We haven't passed a national defense authorization. We haven't passed the rest of the appropriations bills. We haven't passed a Water Resources Development Act. We haven't done oversight. And what happens is when you stop doing your work, it's just like homework. It piles up. It piles up, and then you run out of time at the end of the year. And the House of Representatives, these people who spend so much money and time and put their family and their friends and their coworkers through a bunch of pain to achieve being a member of Congress and having this little pin and having the honorable in front of your name. And then they just said, you know what? I don't think I need to show up at all. Sometimes it can be hard for people to understand what politicians in Washington are arguing about. But this is actually pretty simple. Open enrollment starts on Saturday, and about 24 million Americans, just so happens most of them are in states that supported Donald Trump, are about to face roughly a doubling of their health care costs. And for some people, it'll be like a 30% increase, and some people it'll be a 70% increase, and for some people it'll be like a threefold increase in their health care costs. And in raw dollars, the percentage is a big deal, but the raw dollars is kind of what matters, right? Because people don't have an extra $600 or $700 that they can kind of like wring savings out of. You don't get to go, oh, you know what, I'd like a $12,000 raise to cover this. That's not available to them, not in this economy. And there's not $12,000 less that you can spend somewhere. And in the middle of this, even though the United States Department of Agriculture, in their initial shutdown guidance, said specifically, we've got $5 billion in contingency funds, and those resources are available to keep people getting their nutritional assistance, their SNAP benefits. And then abruptly, like 4 or 5 days ago, they just changed their guidance. This is something that Trump did in his first term during a shutdown, is use those contingency funds to prevent Americans from starving. To prevent Americans from starving. And I guess I just don't understand why anybody thinks this should be a point of leverage. Like half of the roughly 40 million people who receive SNAP benefits are working poor because we have decided nationally we're not going to raise the minimum wage and we're not going to support the labor movement enough so that when people work 40 hours a week or 60 hours a week or 100 hours a week, they still can't even afford to put food on their table. And so we have these SNAP benefits to make up for our policy failure. And 40 million people need it. 20 million people, about 20 million people of them, actually have jobs. And most of the rest of them are the elderly or the disabled. And I don't know what the hell has come of this country when the President of the United States, who is in charge of this particular question, has said, as a point of leverage against Democrats, I'm going to cause millions of Americans to not have enough food on their table. I remain flabbergasted that the national legislature has basically adjourned under Mike Johnson's leadership. He's not even trying anymore because he thinks it increases his leverage. Costs are about to double for tens of millions of Americans on the healthcare side. Electricity is going up at double the inflation rate. Vegetables are up 39%. Coffee is up 30 to 40%. And now there won't be enough food. I implore everyone on every side of the aisle to just sit down and negotiate this. Under Biden and under Leader Schumer, we just didn't have shutdowns. We just didn't. And that you could actually make a valid criticism that under Democratic leadership, we conceded too much. We conceded too many policies to the minority party, but we did. Because we understood that in order to enact an appropriations bill, even a continuing resolution, you need Four corners. What does that mean? Majority leader, minority leader in the House. Excuse me, Speaker, minority leader in the House, majority leader, minority leader in the Senate. So let's get the House back in town. Let's turn on these SNAP benefits. Let's fix this ACA problem, and let's turn the federal government's lights on. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I rise today to discuss a matter that transcends party lines and goes to the very heart of what makes America's military the most trusted institution in our country. I speak from a lifetime of devotion to the Army and our armed services. I joined the Army at 17 when I took the oath to defend and protect the Constitution as a new cadet at West Point. I served 12 years on active duty. I earned my Ranger tab and my senior jump wings. I had the privilege of commanding an infantry company in the 82nd Airborne Division. I taught at West Point, but I want to make it clear I am not a combat veteran. I have spent, in addition, nearly 3 decades on the Senate Armed Services Committee with the great privilege of serving both as ranking member and chairman. My connection to the military is neither transient nor incidental. That is precisely why I must speak out today about what President Trump is doing to our armed forces. He is attempting to politicize an institution that has remained steadfastly apolitical for nearly 250 years. He is disrespecting the professionalism and sacrifice of our service members. And if we in Congress do not reject his actions, and very soon, the damage could take generations to repair. America's apolitical military was constructed deliberately by leaders who understood that republics die when generals and soldiers become political pawns or political powers. George Washington set the standard. When he resigned his commission in 1783, he established the principle that military leaders serve the nation, not a party or a president or anything else. He made clear that military leadership is not a pathway to personal political power. Washington could have made himself king. He refused. And in that refusal, created the tradition we inherit today. The founders enshrined a non-political military in our Constitution, giving Congress, not the President, the sole power to raise armies, establish laws governing the military, and importantly, to declare war. The founders built checks and balances precisely to prevent the situation we now face. A president who views the military as his personal political instrument. This tradition is maintained in the United States through deliberate policy. The Uniform Code of Military Justice prohibits active duty personnel from partisan political activities. Military bases do not host campaign rallies. Service members do not appear in uniform at political events. Indeed, the Supreme Court itself has affirmed this principle. In the case of Greer v. Spock in 1976, the court upheld military regulations strictly prohibiting partisan political activity on military bases. The court's conclusion was unequivocal. The majority opinion explained that the military has a special responsibility to avoid, I quote, both the reality and the appearance of acting as handmaiden for partisan political causes or candidates. Justice Powell went on to warn that, quote, it is the lesson of ancient and modern history that the major socially destabilizing influence in many European and South American countries has been a highly politicized military. Complete and effective civilian control of the military would be compromised by participation of the military in the political process. The Supreme Court understood what we must remember. Once the military appears political, civilian control is compromised. Public confidence evaporates, and history shows where that leads. And these are not bureaucratic niceties. Once the military becomes politicized, it loses the trust of the American people. A military seen as serving a political party cannot claim to serve the nation. For nearly 250 years, this principle has held. The American military has remained the most trusted institution precisely because it has stayed out of politics. Now, President Trump is systematically dismantling this bedrock principle, brazenly, repeatedly, and with apparent pride. On May 24th, he addressed West Point's graduating class while wearing a red MAGA hat, a political campaign symbol at a military ceremony. This was not an accident. It was a statement. He told our nation's future Army officers that his election victory gave him the right to, quote, do what we want to do. He told cadets about to take their oath to the Constitution that winning an election means you can do whatever you want. In June, at an event in Fort Bragg, President Trump made this politicization even more explicit. Soldiers attending the event were apparently screened for physical appearance and enthusiasm and were positioned in the bleachers as background props for what Trump boasted was a political rally. The troops were encouraged to boo his opponents, cheer his applause lines, and jeer the press. Almost as disturbing, President Trump's team brought vendors onto Fort Bragg to sell campaign merchandise to everyone, including soldiers in uniform. This was an explicit violation of long-standing Army regulations and Department of Defense policies. It exploited soldiers and the prestige of their service for the president's partisan and personal gain. And again, just last month at Quantico, Trump spoke to a hall of hundreds of generals and admirals to make explicit what had previously been unspoken. He complained about, quote, an enemy within, and told the assembled officers that dealing with this domestic enemy, quote, is going to be a major part for some of the people in this room. That's a war, too. It's a war from within. Let us be clear about who Trump means when he says, quote, the enemy within. He does not mean terrorists or foreign agents. He means his political opponents. He means Americans exercising their constitutional rights to disagree with him. Indeed, any doubt about who he considers, quote, the enemy within was erased when he pardoned more than 1,500 people convicted of attacking Congress and Capitol Police on January 6, 2021. These are people who attacked the Capitol at President Trump's urging, who savagely beat police officers, who forced members of Congress to flee the chamber for their own lives. The vast majority of my colleagues were there that day and know exactly what they saw. These criminals who supported President Trump were rewarded with pardons, while those who who he believes are opposed to him are being targeted for retribution. This is not a theoretical concern. The president went further in his remarks at Quantico, suggesting that he wants to use, quote, some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military. He proposed to deploy American troops in American cities to train for operations against American citizens, all without the consent of state and local leaders and in very apparent violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. Already, we have seen him order deployments in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Portland, and elsewhere. The pattern is unmistakable. Trump is attempting to transform the military from an apolitical institution that serves the Constitution into a political tool that serves him. He stages political rallies on military bases. He sells campaign merchandise to troops in uniform. He fires generals who give him professional military advice he doesn't like. He tells military leaders that their mission includes waging war on his domestic political opponents. This is not normal. This is not acceptable. And if my Republican colleagues don't publicly reject this behavior, the president will fundamentally alter the character of American civil-military relations. Beyond politicalization, President Trump has shown consistent disrespect for the military leaders and the values that they hold. At his West Point graduation speech, he claimed he defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. There's just one problem. It's not true. General Kane himself has refuted the story that President Trump repeatedly tells about that campaign, that he defeated ISIS. Indeed, in fact, according to the 2025 Intelligence Community Threat Assessment, which was prepared by the Trump administration itself, ISIS, quote, remains the world's largest Islamic terrorist organization. But the president stood before America's future military leaders and essentially lied to inflate his ego and his reputation. Trump also told West Point graduates, quote, "You do not need an officer corps of yes men," close quote. Yet he fired General Cruz, the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, because the DIA's expert analyst contradicted Trump's claims about his military strikes on Iran. He has fired General C.Q. Brown, Admiral Lisa Franchetti, General Timothy Hawke, and many others in a purge of flag officers that appears motivated by race, gender, and political loyalty rather than merit. The message is clear. Give the president the advice he wants to hear or lose your job. President Trump disrespects not just military leaders, but also military customs and traditions. At the West Point graduation, he left before the diplomas were presented. He declined the opportunity to present the first and last cadets their diplomas, a tradition honored by presidents before him and hopefully future presidents. He couldn't be bothered to fully participate in a ceremony that meant everything to these young officers and their families. And earlier this month at Norfolk, at the Navy's 250th anniversary celebration, Trump dispensed with any pretense. He declared, quote, "Let's face it, this is a rally." He closed the ceremony by dancing to his campaign song, YMCA, by the Village People. The Navy's 250th anniversary became about Trump, not about the history of sacrifice of sailors and the service they represent. To my Republican colleagues who have served in uniform, you understand that service requires honesty, humility, respect, for those who came before you. You know that officers must give their best professional advice, even if it's not what the Commander-in-Chief wants to hear. You know that when officers fear giving honest answers, people die, missions fail, wars are lost. So when the President lies about military operations, he disrespects every soldier who was told the truth about the battlefield. When he fires officers for honest advice, he disrespects every officer who has had the courage to speak truth to power. When he turns military ceremonies into political rallies, he disrespects every service member who has kept politics out of their professional life. You know this. The question is what you, all of us, will do about it. We are at a crossroads. The damage Trump is inflicting is not theoretical. It is happening now, and if we don't act, it will accelerate. America's civil-military relationships took 250 years to build, but it can be destroyed in a fraction of that time. Once the military is seen as a partisan instrument serving one party, once it is deployed domestically against political opponents, the trust that sustains it will evaporate, and that trust, once lost, can take generations to rebuild. Consider the dangers if this continues. Will military officers refuse to serve under future administrations, depending on the party in power? Will they resist civilian authority over policy disagreements? Will the military itself fracture along partisan lines? Consider what happens if Trump continues to deploy the National Guard against his political opponents. What happens when citizens see soldiers in the streets to suppress constitutionally permitted dissent? What happens to recruiting when young Americans view the military as a partisan tool? What happens to military cohesion when soldiers treat fellow citizens as enemies? And these are not hypothetical questions. President Trump told our most senior military leaders that fighting the, quote, enemy within is their mission. He suggested using American cities as training grounds. The precedent he sets will outlast his administration and be available to every president after. Congress has the constitutional authority and moral obligation to stop this. We are not powerless. We control the purse, although it appears so many times recently we want to surrender that control. We have oversight authority. We are not exercising it properly. We can pass legislation, and we must act. After 9 months of his presidency, it is clear that my Republican colleagues must do more than recognize the problem. They must act. Republicans must work with us to call out the president and take concrete legislative action. First, we must codify prohibitions on political activities at military installations and block federal funds from supporting such activities. No more campaign rallies on military bases, no more merchandise sales to troops in uniforms or civilian dependents or anyone else who wanders up. Second, we must pass legislation already in the Senate National Defense Authorization Act to require explanations and notifications for senior general and flag officer dismissals. If these decisions are based on merit, the administration should have no problem explaining them publicly. Third, we must strengthen the Hatch Act as it applies to political leaders interacting with military personnel. The rules that constrain service members from politics must also constrain politicians from exploiting service members for political purposes. And fourth, we must establish clear standards requiring congressional approval for domestic military deployments except in genuine emergencies. The founders gave Congress the power over the military for exactly this reason, to prevent any president from deploying troops as a personal force. I recognize the political pressures that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle face, but we all took the same oath, either in uniform or in elected office, to support and defend the Constitution, not a president or party. The American military is trusted by the American people because it has earned that trust by remaining apolitical, professional, and devoted to defending the Constitution of the United States. Mr. President, I'll close with this. Yesterday in Japan, President Trump boarded an aircraft carrier to address American sailors and Marines. For a full hour, standing before hundreds of young men and women deployed thousands of miles from home, the Commander-in-Chief lectured him on his political grievances. He complained that the 2020 election was stolen. He mocked reporters. He whined about the Nobel Peace Prize. He boasted about deploying the National Guard domestically. He invented false stories about President Biden and jeered him. The sailors and Marines, for their part, remained silent and respectful, like the professionals they are. But the name of that aircraft carrier is worth noting: the USS George Washington. How fitting that our first president set the standards for the military we inherit today, and how shameful that President Trump so badly failed that standard. Washington recognized that the presidency and the military are grander than any one person. And he recognized the danger of any man who believes otherwise. As he warned in his farewell address, quote, "Guard against the impostures of pretended patriotism." And President Trump, I fear that Washington's warning has come to bear. Simply put, President Trump is politicizing the military for his benefit. He is disrespecting our service members, and he is setting precedents that will haunt us for generations. Every day that passes, every political rally on a military base, every firing on an officer for honest advice, every statement about deploying troops against domestic opponents, each inflicts damage that becomes harder to repair. To my Republican colleagues, this is your moment. You can help defend the military you cherish, and indeed, you do cherish it. You've served it with distinction, honor, and courage. You can exercise your constitutional authority as the majority power, or you can stand by and concede to an executive who recognizes no limits. I suspect history will not forgive this body, all of us, for remaining silent while the president transforms this military into his personal political tool. The military I served in and my colleagues served in deserves better. The country we all swore to defend deserves better. And the young men and women taking the oath today deserve the apolitical, professional military our founders fought and died to establish. Let us together reassert Congress's power and preserve the military tradition we inherited. With that, Mr. President, I thank you and yield the floor. I would note the absence of quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
President.
Louisiana. We are in a quorum call. Senator, we're in a quorum call.
I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in a few minutes, we're going to vote on my resolution pursuant to the Congressional Review Act to overturn a rule promulgated by the federal government, specifically the Department of the Interior. I can't think of a rule, Mr. President, that better demonstrates the arrogance, the hubris of the federal administrative state. It has to do with God's creatures. I talked about this yesterday. This is a barred owl, spelled B-A-R-R-E-D. This is a spotted owl. They're both magnificent animals. If you've ever studied them, they both have very soulful eyes. They have incredibly, you've probably never had an opportunity to pet one, but they have incredibly soft feathers. They're not enemies, they're cousins. There are 19 species of owls in the United States. These two have been around about 11,000 years. They're not enemies. They both hunt. They both hunt mice and lizards and snakes and insects, mosquitoes. The barred owl is slightly bigger than the spotted owl, and the barred owl is a better hunter. That's just the way God made him. Now, the Department of Interior, this started under President Biden, but I don't want to mislead anyone. Secretary Burgum, our current Secretary of the Interior, very, very much opposes my CRA and supports this regulation I'm trying to overturn. What would the regulation do? Here's what it would do. The federal government, which, as I said yesterday, it was true then, it's true now, which can't even deliver the mail when the stuff has an address right on the front of it, and in particular, the Department of Interior, under President Biden, and now under President Trump. As an aside, it's very hard, Mr. President, to piss off both the Biden administration and the Trump administration. But I've managed to do that. That's okay. I think I'm right. The Department of Interior is proposing to kill 453,000 barred owls. Kill them. Mamas, daddies, babies. Why? To protect, they say, the spotted owl. You go, whoa. Why does the spotted owl need protecting from the barred owl? They're cousins. They share the same habitat. Sometimes they have sex. It's not unknown that a barred owl will marry a spotted owl. A barred owl marries another barred owl for life, in fact. And sometimes a barred owl will marry a spotted owl. The barred owl doesn't eat the spotted owl. The barred owl doesn't kill the spotted owl. But the barred owl's a better hunter. And the Department of Interior says because of that, they've got to kill 453,000 barred owls to help the spotted owls. That's what the federal government has come down to. We've now got DEI for owls. According to the Department of Interior, bad owl, good owl. But we're not talking about an admission to college. If you're on the wrong end of this DEI proposal, you don't get the owl doesn't not get admitted to college, the owl gets killed. I've been around a little while. I've seen a few vampire movies. This isn't the first one of these, but this is one of the worst examples I've ever seen of the arrogance and the hubris of the federal government. This is bone deep, down to the marrow, stupid. Let me tell you why. First of all, it's not going to work. The federal government is going to send out a bunch of hunters. Here's one of their hunters. That's what he'll probably look like. They're going to send out a bunch of hunters at night with flashlights and shotguns. Because owls are nocturnal. They live at night. They come out at night. They hide during the day. And both barred owls and spotted owls live about 40 feet up in the tree, 40 feet up in the trees. So they're going to send these cowboys out there with their little lights, and they're going to point up, and they're supposed to shoot the barred owl and not shoot the spotted owl. Dreamweaver. So to kill the barred owls, it's inevitable they're going to kill some spotted owls. Number two, I've been all through the regulation. I see no indication where using lead shot is prohibited. We've changed the rules about using lead versus steel shot because we've realized how dangerous lead is. So they're going to kill, if they use lead shot, which is a lot cheaper than steel shot, they'll kill some barred owls. They'll also kill some spotted owls. They'll also kill some eagles. They're also going to kill a bunch of hawks, and they're going to kill a bunch of other wildlife because they eat the lead, and the lead kills them. It's not going to work. The third reason it's not going to work, and what the Department of Interior won't tell you, is that the barred owl, which is native to the eastern United States, started moving west into the jurisdiction of the spotted owl about 100 years ago. It's been steadily moving west because the old-growth forests where the barred owl lived in the eastern United States and northeastern Canada was cut to make room for people. So the barred owl started moving west, and now the barred owl is in Washington and Oregon and Northern California and British Columbia. Once again, they don't eat each other. They don't kill each other. But the spotted owl that the Department of Interior says it's got to save was losing population well before the barred owl moved in. You know why that is? Because what's happening in the West is the same thing that was happening in the East. As we gain population and people move to the suburbs, we reduce old-growth forests, which reduces the habitat for both owls. I'm not saying that we shouldn't harvest trees appropriately. I'm not saying that. But we've also had wildfires. That's what's damaging the spotted owl. It's not the barred owl. Final point, this isn't going to work, that unlike some of the employees of the Department of Interior, barred owl isn't stupid. Once you start shooting the barred owl is going to just move on up to Canada. And as soon as the coast is clear, barred owl is going to come back. Okay? So you're not going to do anything to help the spotted owl. Number two, the second reason that this regulation is bone deep down the marrow stupid is it's going to be expensive. In 2024, the Department of Interior issued a contract to kill, I think it was 1,500 barred owls. I don't know how they could do it. I don't know how they had the authority, but they did it. It's the way the bureaucracy works. They hired hunters. They paid them $3,000 a bird. $3,000 a bird. So if they went out at night with their little flashlights, looking 40 feet up in the trees, and they killed a daddy barred owl, they got $3,000. If they killed a mama barred owl, they got $3,000. If they killed a baby barred owl, they got another $3,000. And if they, you know how they really hit the jackpot? They'd catch a mama barred owl in her nest protecting her baby chicks. One shotgun shell, you hit all 3 baby chicks. That's $9,000. That's what we're going to use taxpayer money paying for. Now, the Department of Interior wants to send out these folks to kill 453,000 barred owls at $3,000 a pop. That's $1.3 billion, not million, $1 billion. To try to protect the spotted owl. Not because the spotted owl's hurting anybody. Not because the barred owl's hurting anybody. The barred owl is just a better hunter. And the Department of Interior will tell you that. The barred owl is better. They both do the same thing. They're better at catching prey, and they think that's putting pressure on the spotted owl. Spotted owl isn't on the endangered species list. If the spotted owl is in such bad shape, why hasn't the Department of Interior moved to put the spotted owl on the endangered species list? You know why. Because they can't. Because they're not endangered. The Department of Interior likes to use the word threatened. 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 Well, hell, zebras are threatened by lions. But the Interior Department, at least not yet, is suggesting we go kill all lions because they eat zebras. Now, I don't want to mislead anyone. This regulation was promulgated under President Biden. But Secretary Burgum, with whom I have spoke, I have great respect for him, is adamant that this is a good rule and a good regulation. In fact, he told me that as I mentioned yesterday, that by opposing his idea, I was slandering the Trump administration. I'm slandering the Trump administration. No, I'm trying to help the Trump administration. I'm trying to save the Department of Interior and the Secretary from himself. In a rare moment of candor, let me tell you what one employee from the Department of Interior said. Told a reporter, probably got fired for it. But this is what he said, and he was and is a fish and wildlife employee and expert. He said, quote, I think all we can really do, he said, is try our best to provide a habitat for spotted owls, and in the long run, we're just going to have to let the 2 species work it out. Final point I'll make, what aggravates me the most about this, I know the employees at the Department of Interior are smart and virtuous. I know they're smarter and more virtuous than me. But who appointed them God? Who appointed them Pope? Animals migrate all the time. Happens all the time. Not just mammals, but all animals. They move location. So we're going to get in the business. We're going to be in the business of telling animals, well, you can live here, but you can't live there. We're also going to be in the business of choosing which owls can live and which owls can die. I'm going to end like I ended yesterday. This is my advice to my friends at the Department of Interior. I don't mean any disrespect saying it. Life is hard. Life is very, very hard. But it's a lot harder when you're stupid. And this regulation is stupid. And we will live to regret it. Just like China, back when Mao, during the Great Leap Forward, issued a decree in his arrogance and with his hubris to kill all the sparrows in China, and they did. It's like we're going to kill all the owls. 2 million of the Chinese people died. That's what happens when you mess with God and Mother Nature. And as a result, they had to import sparrows. We'll end up someday, if they do this, having to import barred owls. We'll regret it. I don't know, Mr. President, what I'm supposed to say next to start the vote, but I'm ready. Here it is. I move to proceed to CAL number, what does CAL stand for? Oh, okay, thanks. I move to proceed to calendar 190, SJ Res 69.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 190, SJ Res 69, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service relating to record of decision for the barred owl management strategy, Washington, Oregon, and California.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection. The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, I did. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker,
You might be the go-to guy on this.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Collins, Kramer, Ernst, Kennedy, Lankford, McCormick, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Duckworth, Graham, Heinrich, Husted, Marino, and Murray. Mr. Rounds? No. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Curtis? No. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Padilla? No. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Schmidt? No. Mr. Banks? No. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Wyden? No. Ms. Smith? No. Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mrs. Moody? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper? No. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Mullen? No. Ms. Rosen? No. No. Mr. Ricketts, did you? Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Alsterbrooks, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Wow. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Reed, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 72. The motion is not agreed to. The Democratic leader.
In a few minutes, my good colleague from New Mexico, Senator Lujan, will be offering a unanimous consent request. And I want to thank him for his extraordinary leadership on the issue of SNAP, leading the way on an urgent issue for millions of Americans. Now, right now, we're facing down two crises at once, a healthcare crisis and a hunger crisis. And both are caused by and intensified by one man and one man only, Donald Trump. We're now 3 days away from open enrollment, and now for the first time in history, a president is refusing to fund SNAP during a shutdown. 42 million Americans, young children who need food, veterans who might have PTSD and need help, senior citizens who rely on SNAP to help feed themselves, and so many others, people who are out of work because they lost their jobs through no fault of their own, need SNAP. And why are we not doing it? Not because the money's gone. It's there. Not because it's not permitted. It's legal. But because Donald Trump ordered it stopped. It falls on his shoulders. Let's be clear. This does not need to happen. Never before, under any president, Republican or Democrat, has SNAP been cut off during a shutdown. We're not talking about it. We're talking with the shutdown. We all know our position. We need a negotiation. But this SNAP doesn't have to happen in any case, and only because Donald Trump is doing it, and the Republican leadership goes along with Donald Trump to let SNAP expire. Trump did this once before. In 2019, he funded SNAP during his last shutdown. Back then, Trump kept SNAP funded. This time, he's deliberately pulling the plug, even though in September he said he would fund it and could fund it, independent of any shutdown. Trump is weaponizing hunger. He's using kids and parents as pawns. Donald Trump is a vindictive politician and a heartless man. Just a few weeks ago, Trump's own USDA confirmed it had $6 billion in emergency funds to keep food and aid flowing. When asked about SNAP, Trump assured everyone it will be fine. He said it. Then suddenly last Friday, Trump ordered USDA to delete the plan, take it off their website, and refuse to use the money. No reason, no explanation, just cruelty. 2/3 of SNAP recipients are kids, seniors, or people with disabilities. That's who Trump is cutting off. Kids who rely on school meals, seniors on fixed incomes, veterans trying to get by, families trying to get groceries. That's the real-world consequence of Trump's decision. And while he's manufacturing two crises here at home, where's his focus? Overseas, on a ballroom, on sending $40 billion to Argentina. There's money for Argentina, but not for SNAP. And the Argentina money far exceeds the money needed for SNAP for at least a whole month. Every president before him, Democrat and Republican, has used the same funds to keep families fed. Trump could fix this today with one stroke of his pen. We don't have to wait. We don't have to discuss. We don't have to deliberate. Let's be clear. Republicans have been on a crusade against SNAP all year. They slashed it by a historic $200 billion this summer in their so-called big, beautiful bill to pay for tax cuts for billionaires, and now they're doubling down, using this shutdown to devastate families and leave kids hungry. It's heartless, it's cynical, and it's wrong. Well, Senate Democrats are not waiting, and that's why I'm so grateful for Senator Lujan. In a few minutes, we'll force a vote to avert this avoidable crisis. I thank Senator Lujan, I thank him for championing the Keep SNAP and WIC Funded Act, which will make sure that 42 million Americans don't lose their benefits. It will make sure 7 million moms and babies on WIC aren't left behind. It's simple, it's moral, it's urgent. And if the other side wouldn't block it, I bet you it would pass overwhelmingly. And there's another bill by Senator Hawley, Republican, conservative. I believe it has 11 Republican co-sponsors already. So it's another bill that could pass. It doesn't have WIC, but it does SNAP. Democrats are ready to do what every president in American history has done, except for Trump, avert this problem. We're willing to work with anyone to get this bill on the floor and stop this cruelty. But right now, unfortunately, Senate Republicans, frozen, paralyzed by fear or cynicism, while enabling Trump to use millions of hungry Americans as political hostages. Senate Republicans should let this bill pass, and I yield to Senator Lujan for unanimous consent request.
The senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, I rise today to ask my colleagues to pass my Keep SNAP and WIC Funded Act of 2025, which has the backing of the entire Democratic caucus, the Democratic members of this Senate. Now, we all know access to food is a human right. It's that simple. And we're all fortunate enough to live in the United States of America, a nation that's rich, it's abundant, a nation that's rich in agricultural tradition, can be abundant in harvest. Now, in a nation blessed with such abundance, allowing our fellow Americans to go hungry is sadly right now a policy decision. I would argue a political decision, not a financial necessity. Now, the Trump administration has yet again made the decision, made the choice to allow our fellow Americans to go hungry. Now, let's be clear. The only way to ensure that SNAP benefits are issued by November 1st is for the Trump administration to release the billions of dollars it has sitting in an account at USDA that Congress appropriated, Democrats and Republicans working together to appropriate, to use for this purpose. As a matter of fact, never in the history of the United States has SNAP been allowed to lapse like this. As a matter of fact, during President Trump's first term, Secretary Perdue, President Trump, they tapped this same fund to allow SNAP benefits to continue to roll. Now, President Trump says that the use of SNAP contingency funds is illegal. Well, here's the document that was taken down from the USDA website that was up just days ago. He decided to take this down, and now even the Speaker of the House is lying to the American people, saying that it's not allowed. President Trump found $40 billion in U.S. taxpayer dollars to send to his political allies in Argentina just last week. But when it comes to feeding our own people here in the United States of America, he refuses to act. Back home in New Mexico, 1 in 5 people rely on SNAP. They aren't strangers. They're neighbors, coworkers, friends, children, people I go to church with. They're the folks we say hello to at the grocery store or at a Little League game. President Trump's refusal to release SNAP funding doesn't just impact New Mexico. States like Louisiana, where Speaker Johnson is from, are facing the same crisis. Louisiana is third on the list of constituents that will be negatively impacted. Now, I've been fortunate enough to visit several food banks across New Mexico and meet with community members who are working around the clock to make sure neighbors have something to eat. To every one of our community members who have stepped up, I want to say thank you, not just across New Mexico, but across America. I am proud to represent a community that takes care of each other when times are tough. shouldn't have to be this way. Since the creation of SNAP, there's never been a lapse. There's never been a lapse in SNAP funding during a government shutdown. The Trump administration has the authority and the funds to keep SNAP running during this shutdown. And don't take my word for it. Look at the USDA's own guidance that they removed from their website that justifies this. Any failure to do so right now falls squarely on the Trump administration and Republicans. We could vote on this today, on this bill or one that Senator Hawley's authored as well that has many Republican colleagues that are co-sponsors to prevent a hunger crisis. This pain does not need to happen. President Trump is choosing to inflict pain on American families by holding meals hostage. That's why I'm leading this legislation to ensure no child, parent, or veteran misses a meal because of the Republican shutdown. It also says that if states, tribal governments are in a position right now to actually fund SNAP programs, that they do get reimbursed, unlike what President Trump has been threatening them that they will not. We cannot stand by and let our neighbors go hungry. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and I appreciate everyone that's reached out to my office to have a conversation about this piece of legislation. I hope we can work together, we find a path forward. But I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together to pass this bill now, fund SNAP, fund WIC, before this hunger crisis hits our communities. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of S 3071 introduced earlier today, that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you. Reserving the right to object, let me just point out, if I might, that we are 29 days into a Democrat shutdown. And the senator from New Mexico was absolutely right. SNAP recipients shouldn't go without food. People should be getting paid in this country. And we've tried to do that 13 times. And you voted no 13 times. This isn't a political game. These are real people's lives that we're talking about. And you all have just figured out, 29 days in, that, there might be some consequences. There are people who run out of money. Yeah, we're 29 days in. And they've done their best to make sure that a lot of these programs are funded. But at some point, the government runs out of money. 13 times people over here voted to fund SNAP. 13 times they voted to fund WIC. My aching back. Finally realized this thing has consequences. Well, you know what? What Democrats are doing here. They're making plans to keep the shutdown going. And they realize, all of a sudden, 29 days in, that this is a real consequence, real life pain for American families. Something that results from their shutdown. So are they making plans to end the shutdown and reopen the government? Nope. They're going to propose a bill to fund food stamps during their shutdown. Mr. President, this request is a transparent admission that Democrats want to keep the shutdown for what? Another month? Longer? This bill is a cynical attempt to provide political cover for Democrats to allow them to carry on their government shutdown for the long term. Now, I'll point out, we did 13 short-term clean CRs when they had the majority and President Biden was in the White House. 13. They've now voted 13 times against a clean CR. I have no idea where you're coming from. The Democrat leader said that President Trump could end this with a stroke of his pen. And he's right. We passed that bill
with a stroke of his pen, he'll sign it into law. And the government opens up. And SNAP beneficiaries, SNAP recipients get food assistance. But you know what else? TSA workers get paid. Air traffic controllers get paid. Border Patrol agents get paid. Troops get paid. These people here get paid who are working without pay. You want to extend that and keep that going? Give me a break. So the people who aren't going to get the benefit of what they're trying to do today, Mr. President, are all the other programs that are affected. Head Start, grants to law enforcement to fight fentanyl and hire more cops to protect communities. Rural development programs that are important in my state, Senator from New Mexico State, I assume as well, that support housing, utilities, infrastructure projects in rural communities. Small business loans, certain direct loan and emergency programs that farmers rely on. National Guard training, critical to our nation's military readiness. Veterans transition assistance as they come out of service. Veterans cemetery services. Right now, there are no headstones, memorial certificates, cemetery maintenance, programs that are at risk, rental and housing assistance, delays in processing FHA-insured loans, delays in aircraft inspections and maintenance for air traffic control equipment. People that are currently not getting paid. I mentioned some of them, but air traffic controllers, TSA officers, Capitol Police, the people who protect us in this building, NOAA employees who are tracking hurricanes and other potential weather disruptions, disasters, food inspectors, other food and drug safety officials, mine safety inspectors, people who don't have pay certainty right now, troops, Coast Guard, ICE, Border Patrol, federal law enforcement, federal federal wildland fighters, firefighters, extenders that have lapsed, telehealth and at-home care, community health centers, teaching health centers, special diabetes programs, payments for ambulances, hospital at-home services, other lapsed authorizations, CISA to prevent against cyber attacks, National Flood Insurance Program to prevent closure, on homes in flood zones. That's what you're leaving on the table. The bill at the desk takes care of all of it. Funds SNAP, funds WIC, and yes, with the stroke of the president's pen, he can sign it into law and everybody starts getting paid again. This is got to stop. Hostage taking. Now you want some political cover. How long is this going to go on? How much longer do you want to see it go on? Just out of curiosity. So you think this buys some time. You want the shutdown to go on for another month, and then we're going to have another people come down here and, well, let's carve this out or carve this out. Why don't we just open the government? I've never seen anything like this. I've been here a good amount of time. I've seen continuing resolutions and appropriations problems and funding fights and government shutdowns. I've been through a few. I've never seen anything like this. This just isn't done. You want to have a discussion about health care? Absolutely. Let's do it. Open the government, let's do it. President will sit down with Democrats next week if you want to talk about health care. That's not what this is about. So, Mr. President, we're not going to pick winners and losers. It's time to fund everybody who's experiencing the pain from this shutdown. The Democrats really want to fund SNAP and WIC. I have a bill for them, sitting right there at the desk. Clean, nonpartisan, CR to fund SNAP, WIC, and the entire government and all the many programs and people that the Democrat SNAP bill completely ignores. Mr. President, Democrats have spent a month now, playing with people's livelihoods because the far left wing of their party won't let them accept a clean, nonpartisan CR. If they want to prevent damage from their shutdown, they can end the shutdown. The bill's right here at the desk. So, Mr. President, I ask that the senator from New Mexico modify his request so that the Senate can proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Does the senator so modify his request?
Mr. President.
The senator from New Mexico.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I respect the majority leader, the Republican leader. I see some of his staff in the room as well, people that I've worked with. They know when I work with them and when others don't. But I understand the words that were being used today to spin an argument as to why there should be justification for 40 million people to go hungry. You know, Mr. President, I get in trouble sometimes because I use language from that little farm that I still call home. But I've learned the rules of decorum on this Senate floor, so I won't use them today. But some of the lessons my father taught me early in my life, even after I was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, when he'd leave a shovel by the front door when I'd go home on a weekend, and he'd leave my rubber boots there to make sure I'd put them on, because we're going to go clean the barn. We raise cattle, we raise sheep, we raise all kinds of animals, and after those animals eat, they make something. Some of us use it to fertilize our lands, some people call it manure. I won't refer to it as the language that I usually call it when I'm not on the Senate floor. I also taught it's important to tell people the truth and be honest with the American people. What the good leader left out when he was talking about the number of votes that Republicans voted on under a Democratic president, under a Democratic majority in the Senate and in the House, was that there was not a shutdown. We negotiated. People came to means. As a matter of fact, a lot of my Democratic constituents told me Democrats gave way too much to those Republicans when you were in the majority. Well, when you have to negotiate, when you hold power, when you're in the majority, you meet people. You pull them in. You know how, folks, you know where my office is. You all have heard me talk about the late Governor Bruce King, cattle farmer out in New Mexico. He used to tell us when people can't figure out what's going on, you lock them up in a barn and you don't let them out until they figure out how to get along. Well, if we don't got a barn, maybe they've got an office around here to sit some people. And there's a White House. It's easy to get in. There's a big hole in it. Invite some people over there to sit down. President Trump said not long ago that if there's a shutdown, it's up to presidents to bring people together to prevent it. And if there's a shutdown, it does not bode well for the President of the United States of America. He's absolutely right. It's not just a Democratic bill to fund SNAP that's on the floor today. There's a pending bill that has been introduced into the United States Senate that has 11 Republicans that are co-signers, including the Republican who authored it, a colleague out of Missouri. He doesn't want his folks to go hungry, and he's saying, enough of this nonsense. Let's have a bill on the floor. Give him a UC. If you don't want to give the Democratic bill a unanimous consent, give the Republican-authored bill the unanimous consent. I'm a co-sponsor of that one, too, because I'm willing to work with folks. You all know that. You all know that. Look, days before Americans start receiving notices that health care premiums are about to skyrocket, as the Trump administration moves to cut off SNAP benefits, This dysfunction is what the American people have come to expect from Republican majorities in the Congress and the White House. And look, I appreciate my colleagues saying the blame is on our side of the aisle. We're in the majority. Oh, not yet. Maybe soon. We're in the minority. With power comes responsibility. Republicans are in the majority in the Senate. Fact. Republicans are in the majority in the House of Representatives. Fact. Donald Trump, the President of the United States, is a Republican. Fact. Cannot be refuted. They're in charge. The American people know that. So, Mr. President, just as a reminder, SNAP has never not been funded when there have been shutdowns in the past, including President Donald Trump's first term. And even under President Trump's second term, he tapped $1 billion of the $6 billion to pay for staff to administer SNAP. They did it. Now they want to take down policy from a website that says that they can justify doing this, showing the law. That's the nonsense. That's the garbage the American people are tired of, the political this, the political jostling, all of that. We got people that are going to go hungry. This has never happened before, y'all. There's a better way to do this. So, Mr. President, in response to the request from the majority leader, the Republican leader, on behalf of constituents from South Dakota, constituents from New Mexico that do not, so that I'm clear, sometimes people confuse my New Mexico accent, that do not want to see their health premiums double and triple and bankrupt them, and some people that can't afford to get insurance won't be as lucky as me, where I survived a stroke 3 years ago. By the way, this is what a stroke survivor looks like. If you get access to a doctor, you don't have to worry about going bankrupt because you can't pay the bills. This is what you can look like. You can get better. And in America, we should strive for that. So again, on behalf of constituents from South Dakota that do not want to see health premiums double and triple, on behalf of my New Mexico constituents that do not want to see health premiums double or triple, I will not modify my request.
The objection to the modification is heard.
Mr. President.
Is there an objection to the original request?
Mr. President,
the majority leader.
I regret the fact that the senator from New Mexico and his Democrat colleagues are unwilling to modify his request to include keeping the government open. And I would say, rhetorical question to my colleague from New Mexico, if the government reopens, do SNAP beneficiaries get paid? Yeah, right? So do WIC beneficiaries. Veterans, low-income elderly people, people who need this assistance. It's not like you're doing anything here that isn't accomplished by reopening the government and paying everybody else. And you guys know that. There are a lot of people today who aren't getting paid. Last Friday, federal employees didn't get paid for the first time. Yesterday, air traffic controllers didn't get paid for the first time. And it only worsens over time. And so I would be more than willing, and have said this multiple times, as you all know, to sit down, get a group together, talk about health care. We think that Obamacare, and particularly the enhanced subsidies, are desperately in need of reform. There's no income cap. There's no asset test. People are making $500,000 to $600,000 a year and getting subsidies from the federal government for their health care. There are $0 premiums. There are millions of Americans who don't even know they have coverage. Because the way that program is structured, the payments go directly to the insurance companies. So insurance companies are out there auto-enrolling people and making bank. A lot of people don't even know that they have insurance coverage. So this program is desperately in need of reform. The waste, fraud, and abuse in this program is kind of gotten to an epic level, because if you look at what's happened since 2013 when the exchanges went online, insurance premiums in the individual marketplace on the exchanges have gone up 221%. I mean, you tell me any place else in the economy that goes up 221% in that amount of time. It's going up double digits every year. In the employer market, it'd be 6 to 7%. So it's a program that's fundamentally in need of change and reform. It's unsustainable and it's unaffordable. And to give you an example of that, doing the very thing you're talking about, which is included in your bill, which was offered as an alternative to the Republican proposal, the clean Republican proposal that simply opens the government, the proposal included in your bill is a $400 billion item, cost of taxpayers. And so we're willing to sit down and see, and I've said on behalf of the president as well, that he's willing to sit down and talk about how we can reform and make health care in this country more affordable and less inflationary. Because this program is inflationary. It's going up every year. Now, you all are going to blame the doing away with the Biden bonus payments in that legislation for the increase. But the fact of the matter is that'll be a very small part of that because of the way the program is structured in the first place. There is no incentive to constrain or control costs. So let's have that conversation. I've said that. We can sit down and do it. But as many of you have said, and there are quotes out there from all of you, in previous shutdowns or when there's fights over a continuing resolution, that you can't negotiate when you have a gun to your head. The Democrat leader said that. And so let's get beyond this silliness and fund the government and make sure that SNAP recipients and WIC recipients and recipients of other government programs, which I mentioned, and it's a long list, which isn't covered by your bill, by the way, that those people and those programs also get taken care of. We have a chance to do that. And we actually have a chance, I think, to have a normal appropriations process where we move bills across the floor, open them up to the amendment process, something that hasn't been done here in a while. We can do that. I want to start now. But it starts when we open up the government. So let's just do what normal people would do. And Senator from New Mexico is right. I represent a lot of hardworking Americans, farmers, ranchers, small business people, school teachers, educators. My dad and mom were educators. And I just think that there are a lot of people out there who look at this and say, this doesn't make any sense to me. If they want to talk about health care, then let's do that. But why take the federal government hostage and every federal employee, including everybody in this room that's not getting paid, that isn't covered by the bill that you're putting forward? The bill that does cover everybody is the one right there, which we've now voted on 13 times. Just a few. A few of you decide to vote differently. Let's get on appropriations bills, start funding the government the old-fashioned way. I'm for that. I think everybody over here is up for that. I know the chair of our appropriations committee, Susan Collins, and most of the appropriators on the committee have worked together in a constructive way, in a bipartisan way, to get bills to the floor that we can consider. But so far, everything we've tried to do here, at least in the last few weeks, have been blocked, including get on the defense appropriations bill and go into conference on 3 bills we've already passed. So, Mr. President, as much as I appreciate what the senator from New Mexico is trying to do here, and I don't question his intentions, I think he is sincere, but I also think that this is missing the larger point here, and that is this government is closed. And what you're trying to do and accomplish here is make it harder, not easier, to get the government opened up again and to make sure everybody else gets paid. So, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
The senator from New Mexico for coming out here and making it very clear who we are fighting for. And it really is Americans across this country who are seeing their costs skyrocket across the board. And as Democrats, we want to make sure that, yes, they are paid, but they also have the ability to get their health care. I heard the majority leader just now say they're not going to operate with a gun to their head. I would say to the majority party that the gun to the head is to all these people who are opening up their health care notices this week and finding out that their costs are skyrocketing. Why? Because what the Republicans have said and just said again is that they want to talk about it. Talk about it is going to do absolutely nothing for those people who are getting those bills and those payments today. So I wanted to come to the floor today and talk about that. And I would say to my Republican colleagues, yeah, we all want to have bipartisan bills. We want to work on bipartisan appropriations. But what we have in front of us is a CR that is partisan, that says do it my way or the highway and do not discuss the priorities of the Democrats. When you are asking us for votes, when you are asking for Democratic votes, you can't just demand whatever you want and say, if you don't do it, then we're going to sit here, which is what the Republicans have done. I would ask the Republican leader, as I've done so many times, talk to the Democratic leader, bring the president in the room. I have been here many, many times when we have had to find a way out of a challenging situation. And you know who's always been at the table? The president, the majority leader, and the Speaker of the House and the minority leaders on both sides of the aisle. And that has not happened yet. And that's why we are sitting where we are, where today my constituents who are hurting are saying to me, where are the Republicans and why are they not talking to you about how we solve this issue? The majority leader said, well, if there's problems with it, it's, covers. They could have done this months ago, and they say, oh, now we can open up government and we'll talk about it. What does talk about it to my constituents? Because, Mr. President, last week, window shopping for next year's health plans actually started in my home state. And this week, open enrollment begins nationwide. I am hearing from families in my state today who are panicked because while Republicans are refusing to act on this and just saying they're going to talk about it, their premiums, those families' premiums are going through the roof and their health care coverage is slipping out of reach. There are so many stories. I have talked with small business owners. I have talked to patients, and I've talked to parents, and I've lifted up their concerns here on the Senate floor. And I'm going to keep doing everything I can to shout out these stories from the rooftops, because right now Republicans are doing everything they can to ignore this and to say, deal with it later. And what is later? Well, later never comes. Why do I know that? Because we brought up this issue time and time again throughout the summer when the Republicans were giving away tax breaks to billionaires and saying this is an issue that is confronting us. And it was later then, it's later now, and later is way too late. There are many stories, Mr. President, about this, too awful to ignore. And there are millions of families that are facing absolutely catastrophic price increases. I have heard from seniors whose premiums are increasing eightfold. So, Mr. President, in order to make the scope and scale of the problem that Republicans want to ignore and talk about later, I thought I would share a list, just the top lines, of what I am hearing from my constituents about how their health care costs are going to skyrocket. And if Republicans refuse to work with us or even talk to us about this issue and help us find a solution so we can all move on by saving the health care tax credits, I'm going to share some of those stories today. There's Kathleen. She lives in Bellingham. Now, if Republicans refuse to act, she is going to see her monthly premium triple. Sharon, Thurston County in my state. If Republicans refuse to act, her premium is going to double, increasing by over $100 a month. And we're just getting started, because if Republicans refuse to act, Annette in Tumwater, Stasha in Seattle are both going to see their premiums increase by $400 a month, not a year, a month. If Republicans refuse to act, Leslie's husband in Brewster is going to see his premium increase by $780 a month. Tom will see his premium increase by over $800 a month. Jennifer will see her premium go up by at least $890 a month. And I have to emphasize, we are talking about families, seniors, small business owners, people who cannot afford that kind of increase. And yet, if Republicans refuse to act, Jason in Seattle is going to see his premium increase by over $900 a month. Maya in Woodinville, $1,000 more a month. I can't even imagine that. But if you think that's outrageous, well, Republicans don't think it's worth talking about, or talking about it later when it's way too late, or pretending that they're going to do something about it, but not really. Talk about a gun to their head. If we do not act, Diana Wenatchee is going to see her premium increase by over $1,400 a month. Leanne told me that $1,500 a month her premium will increase. Terry, $1,600 a month increase. And the Banerjee family told me they're going to see their premium go up by more than $1,600 every single month. The Republican plan, talk about it, do nothing. Mr. President, for all of us who've been here, we've been waiting for the plan for a long time, and I've never seen it. Never seen it. It's always just a plan. Rebecca in Seattle will see her premium increase by more than $1,700 a month. And by the way, that plan is not in writing. It's a thought in somebody's head that has never been told to anybody. So what do we have here today? Republican silence. James and his wife are going to see their premium go up by a completely unreasonable $1,800 a month. Damien said his are going to go up $2,000 a month. Why? Because Republicans are refusing to act. That is who we are fighting for here today. Now, I could go on and on, but those cases I just told you about all came from Washington State. That is a drop in the bucket. There are several million more examples just like this in red states across the country. Bob in Idaho told me his premium will jump by nearly $1,900 a month. Nancy in Florida, $1,000 a month. Sherry in Tennessee will see her monthly cost go from $10 to $11.40. I mean, we could do this all day, and yet Republicans can't be bothered to do it at all. These are their constituents. 4 million people in Texas rely on these tax credits. Republicans don't want to save over 4 million in Florida. And the increases they're going to face is unthinkable. In 5 states, all red states, families who rely on these tax credits are going to see prices more than quadruple. That is on average. It is unthinkable, it's unconscionable, and totally untethered from reality for Republican leaders to think they could just ignore this tsunami or this price hike. So I say to my Republican friends, you got to get your heads out of the sand. This is a real problem for families. Later is way too late, and I don't think it exists. Mr. President, the majority leader just said that families don't know that they get this. There's something wrong with that. They find out that their health care, that they are being helped by their neighbors and their friends and the people in this country who say it's important for all of us to make sure our health care premiums are lowered. I would say to my Republican colleagues, listen to your constituents. It's their health. It's their lives. They're telling you that. They want action. Open enrollment for this country starts Saturday. The time to act is now. So I hope they start listening. Please join us at a negotiating table, not out here on the floor just throwing things around. Join us. Majority leader can call the minority leader and the president and get them in the room, which is what we always do when we have a challenge in front of us, and that has not happened. And that is unconscionable because people in this country are hurting. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate execute the order of October 7th in relationship to S.J. Res. 77.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Committee on Finance is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the consideration of S.J. Res. 77, which the clerk will report.
S.J. Res. 77, joint resolution terminating the national emergency declared to impose duties on articles imported from Canada.
Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
I want to speak on 2 topics, one after the other, health care and then tariffs. Mr. President, open enrollment will begin across the country on Saturday. And many have already received notice of new sky-high premiums, including, by the way, that notices that went out to my fellow Vermonters. And many across the country will log onto the marketplace on Saturday. And this is a scary day for them because they'll be checking to see what it will cost them next year to purchase the same health care that they have this year. 24 million Americans are going to be doing that this Saturday. Folks across the country are going to get some bad news, that without the tax credits that are in place now and are set to expire by the end of the year, their health care premiums are going to double, triple, and in some cases quadruple, and even worse. You know, what Vermonters are finding, our website went up on October 15th, is truly a shocking increase in premiums, and it's not affordable. And by the way, these are folks, some of whom voted for Trump, some of whom didn't, but all of whom deeply care about their families and their small businesses and their farms. And I'll give you an example. A family of four making $130,000 a year, a very good income in Vermont, would have paid $1,200 a month in 2025. Next year, they're going to have to pay $3,035. That's a $22,000 increase. A family of four making about $64,000 a year is going to pay 920% more for health care premiums. And obviously, that is going to mean they have to decide whether they're going to go without or somehow, some way, try to find a way to pay that, which they really won't be able to do. You know, let me give some stories just to make it very concrete about Vermonters. A woman named Sarah, she's going to see her premium go from $217 a month to $1,200 a month. This is a person who's 63, self-employed, and might have to go without health care for the first time in her life. Kara, also self-employed, has had the same income for 20 years, really scraping by. She pays about $100 a month for health care through the marketplace. Her premium goes up to $1,200. Erica, she's paying $1,166 for her family. The deductible for her family of three is $15,000, so this is barely insurance. Erica and her family make this premium work somehow, but I'm sure it's not easy. Without the tax credits, her monthly premium goes to $2,650. Maria and her husband, they run a small food business in Vermont. He spends half the year fishing in Alaska. They pay just under $240 a month, but they're looking at $1,740 per month unless the Senate acts. And that's for a bronze plan, which is, Mr. President, is the lowest level plan. And they will be paying about $21,000 per year with a deductible of $7,700 per person. So the examples I gave of Vermonters are going to be true in Indiana. They're going to be true in Louisiana. They're going to be true all across the country. And we've been having this debate about a shutdown. But what we haven't been having is a negotiation about how to protect families from a rate shock that they can't afford. It means they're really going to lose health care. So, Mr. President, I do urge us, and I urge the President, to act aggressively to resolve this. It will help folks, whether they are in a red state, a blue state, whether they identify as a Republican or Democrat and independent. It just doesn't matter, but we've got a health care system that is too expensive, beyond reach, and it's crippling to our small businesses, our farmers, and our families. Mr. President, I want to address another topic, and that's the topic of tariffs. They are doing incredible harm to our economy in Vermont. In my view, they're doing long-term damage to our economy here in the United States. I want to commend my colleagues, Senator Paul, Senator Kaine, and others, Senator Shaheen, Ranking Member Wyden, Ranking Member Shaheen, and Leader Schumer for sponsoring the bipartisan legislation we voted on yesterday, suspending the emergency authority on which the president was acting to impose a tariff on Brazil, a country, by the way, with whom we have a trade surplus. We're 9 months into this trade war with tariffs at the forefront. And it's a war with Canada. It sort of started with them. That's a big deal for Vermont. We're a border state, but it's a big deal for all of our states because Vermont is one of 34 states whose major trading partner is Canada. For Vermont, Canada's been our largest export market and the largest source of imports. Trade with Canada accounted for 35% of our state exports and 67% of Vermont's imports and 56% of its total trade. And we've got small businesses now that are really struggling to keep their lights on. And we've got farmers across the country, but also farmers in Vermont who are incredibly worried about whether they're going to be able to make it into the next harvest. We've had a drought, we had early floods, and now we have these tariffs that are increasing the input cost. And I know, Mr. President, as a senator from Indiana, you're very sensitive to the challenges that our agricultural economy, our farmers face. But as things were bumping along, then President Trump just recently announced an additional 10% tariff on Canada, which already had a 35% effective rate. And we don't even know what that applies to. Is that 10% on top of 35%, or is it on specific products? And, of course, all of that was done because the president was irritated about an ad that was run apparently by the province of Ontario that was quoting a speech that President Reagan made some years ago about how destructive tariffs are. So maybe that does irritate the president, but the constant changing of what a tariff is from day to day creates havoc for our businesses that are trying to plan and control their expenses and deal with all the other uncertainties that they face. You know, these tariffs are hurting our farmers. Just think about this. Fertilizers, those costs are up 16%, in some cases 39%. The effective rate on tractors and other farming machinery is 16% and 13%, respectively. We've also had, as a result of the tariffs that are seen by our trading partner in Canada, that was the participant in the U.S.-Mexico-Canadian trade agreement, negotiated, by the way, by President Trump in an agreement that he bragged about as being really effective and the best trade agreement. That's getting ripped up in many ways. And then when you add to it the insults that were hurled at Canada, the 51st state, the governor of Canada, it's had a catastrophic impact on the tourism that Vermont has depended on from our Canadian neighbors with whom we have enormous respect. That's not just true for Vermont. New Hampshire, Maine, Montana are seeing an incredible drop in tourism that's related to this tariff battle and the rhetoric associated with it. Also, in Vermont, just as in Indiana, our small businesses are really a big deal. And I'm hearing from them. I'm hearing from bed and breakfasts, motels, brewers and distillers, any industry. I'll give a few stories. Pardon me, a few quotes. Simon Perkins at Orvis in Manchester. The reality is that in a rapidly changing tariff environment, one that's forced on companies too quickly, it's really hard for business to respond quick enough to make it work. Orvis, which was founded in 1856, pardon me, announced the closure of 31 stores and 5 outlet locations by 2026. And Orvis had to lay off 50 employees, citing tariffs. Another business, Peter Case at Barrow Sports in Brattleboro. We love what we do when it's under attack. For 90 years, Barrow Sports has proudly served Brattleboro, growing with our community through good times and hard ones. Today, economic pressures, rising costs, and shrinking margins pardon me, are testing small local businesses like never before. Jim Hall, Vermont Country Store. This is the lull before the storm. Do they realize this is a tax on Christmas? These tariffs are a tax. They're paid for by our businesses. They disrupt our businesses. They are passed on to consumers. And it is nothing but downside, especially when you add to the fact that these tariffs are a tax. They're imposed and implemented in a totally arbitrary way, where a person who's running a business has to contend with all the uncertainties of a volatile marketplace, has to deal with the constant uncertainties that are the result of ever-changing tariff policy. Mr. President, I urge all of us in the Senate to reassert our own authority under Article 1, which gives to the Congress the power to tax, the power to impose tariffs or not, and to not have us continue to relinquish the authority and responsibility we have as the United States Senate to an executive. This is our responsibility. And part of that reason is because we are close to people who are affected by these policies. And it is a shirking of responsibility for the United States Senate to essentially cede that authority to a president. And particularly when we're seeing in every single state the harmful impacts on folks in our states, businesses in our states, farmers and ranchers in our states that are working hard to try to pull things together and keep their businesses going, our economy going, and contributing to the well-being of our country. Mr. President, I call on the President to reconsider what these damages, these tariffs are doing. I call on our United States Senate to reassert its authority and be the decider of what tariff policy shall be in this country. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, I've come to the floor to join my colleague from Alaska, Senator Sullivan, in support of Senate Joint Resolution 80. As Senator Sullivan explained earlier, this resolution will disapprove the integrated activity plan the Biden administration issued back in 2022 to manage the National Petroleum Reserve in Northwest Alaska. He sponsored it, I've co-sponsored it, because the Biden administration imposed this management plan over not only our objections, but the objection of leaders from across Alaska's North Slope. The third member of our delegation, Congressman Begich, has introduced House Joint Resolution 124, which is identical and is pending in the House of Representatives. I think it's important to outline a little bit of the history on this issue. I don't want to go into all of it, but the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, we call it NPRA, is a 23 million acre tract of land. It's roughly the size of the state of Indiana. It was specifically designated for responsible energy development. The Petroleum Reserve dates back a century to President Harding's withdrawal and initial control by the U.S. Navy. Now, more recently, Congress has come to understand not only the naval value, but the national value of the area. They've directed the Department of Interior to conduct an expeditious program of competitive leasing of oil and gas in the reserve to help boost our energy security. And what I've just shared there is a word-for-word requirement from existing federal law. So this is what is in law, to conduct an expeditious program of competitive leasing of oil and gas in the reserve. The department is mandated to do that while protecting important values, including sensitive areas, as well as providing for subsistence use for Alaskans. This is generally Alaska Natives who live in the North Slope area. Congress really envisioned this as a balance here, where you had responsible exploration and development moving in tandem with strong environmental protection and subsistence rights. And the statute is pretty clear. It kind of spells it out. And we're okay with that. We don't have a problem with that. That's kind of the Alaska way. But unfortunately, the Biden administration ignored that. Instead of providing for balanced management, the last administration ignored what I think was a good plan that was already in place. They ignored federal law. They ignored the congressional delegation. They ignored the people who live on the North Slope. And I think that they also ignored or overlooked our history of responsible production, our energy security, and they instead prioritized conservation over everything else. And so that's why we're here. The 2022 Integrated Activity Plan cut off access, to cut off leasing, to cut off development in our petroleum reserve. And that was not an accident. That was the goal here. That was the intent. The 2022 plan they admit that it will reduce oil and gas activity, which was fine in the eyes of the Biden administration because right as they were putting sanctions on Alaska, they were taking them off of places like Iran and Venezuela to free up those nations to produce more. So let me reiterate how the Biden administration went about doing this. The 2022 plan replaced the 2020 plan, which is put in place after an environmental review process that featured public comment and significant consultation with communities and leaders on the North Slope. And under that 2020 plan, the BLM concluded that 18.6 million acres, this was 82% of the NPRA, should be open for potential leasing. But in the 2022 plan, just 11.8 million acres, 52% of the petroleum reserve, were left open for that purpose. Under the 2020 plan, 4.3 million acres were closed to new infrastructure with no development across millions of additional acres subject to requirements for no surface occupancy, seasonal timing, other sensible protections. But then the 2022 plan rejected that, closing off 8.3 million acres to any new infrastructure. The 2020 plan was well received by most Alaskans because it was viewed as balanced. BLM crafted a plan that was, as the agency wrote at the time, quote, suitably specific for broad-scale management decisions. Additional site-specific analysis will occur when BLM receives an application to approve an action on the ground. This will be done through subsequent NEPA reviews and analysis, which will be conducted before BLM issues permits or approvals for any ground-disturbing activity. So in other words, what you had was a high-level management framework. No individual projects were approved. Any seeking to advance were still going to have to go through a separate permitting process before being allowed to do so. But unfortunately, BLM abandoned that approach after the Biden administration took office, and they didn't base their 2022 plan on any new scientific analysis or new environmental review process. They based it on a political agenda and their preference to what they called keep it in the ground. And they issued a determination of NEPA adequacy and then went into the 2020 plan and selected a far more restrictive alternative from it. So with virtually no public process, no public comment, no consultation with Alaska Natives who call the North Slope home, the Biden administration unilaterally cut off access to 6.8 million acres of our petroleum reserve. That's an area that's larger than the individual states of Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Hawaii. It's clearly not what the delegation wanted. It's not what most Alaskans wanted. And as I explained when discussing the administrative withdrawals in the Central Yukon Plan just a few weeks back, it violates multiple Alaska-specific statutes. And I should add that this was just one plank in the Biden administration's plan to shut down development in our petroleum reserve. So in addition to cutting off access, they refused to hold a single lease sale in the NPRA during their time in office. They dragged the Willow Project through years of additional process, sending a signal that nobody else should dare try to develop there. They issued a management rule that turned the law on its head by establishing a presumption against new development. And they initiated another process to expand and designate new special areas where no development would be allowed to occur. And then just a few days before leaving office, an acting deputy secretary issued a memo with interim management measures to further tilt the balance away from any potential development. So what you had was an administration that wanted nothing to do with responsible development in Alaska's petroleum reserve. And that was enough to cause some whiplash for those of us who not only know the law, but also remember the Obama-Biden administration repeatedly urging companies, go over there, go to the National Petroleum Reserve. This was the big fight over ANWR, and they said, don't go to ANWR, go to NPRA. So I've kind of outlined the history of this, some of the politics of it, but I would suggest that folks just shouldn't take the delegation's word for it either. We received a letter from the North Slope Trilateral. This is the political leadership on the North Slope, consisting of the North Slope Borough, the Inupiat community of the Arctic Slope, and the Arctic Slope Regional Corporation. And they weighed in with their strong support for this disapproval resolution. And in their words, and I'm quoting here, the NPRA lies entirely within the homelands of the North Slope Inupiat. Congress established the NPRA with a clear purpose: to ensure energy security for the nation while respecting the needs of Alaska Natives. Despite that, the 2022 plan imposed sweeping restrictions that curtail responsible development, undermine congressional intent, and disregard the well-being of the people who depend on these lands for both subsistence and livelihoods. And the letter then goes on to explain how the impacts of the 2022 plan are especially severe for the North Slope. Oil and gas development in the NPRA funds the borough's schools, emergency services, and infrastructure. It supports jobs for Inupiaq shareholders and residents. It underwrites the continuation of our communities even as we maintain our subsistence way of life. By arbitrarily locking away vast portions of the NPRA, BLM's rule threatens these essential services and imposes disproportionate burdens on our people. It's equally concerning, BLM failed to engage in meaningful government-to-government consultation with ASRC, the borough, and ICAS. This omission contradicts federal consultation requirements and disregards the voices of the very communities most affected. Our leadership has consistently raised concerns about this process and its outcomes, yet those concerns were ignored. So I think the words from the North Slope Trilateral are particularly strong and powerful, and I thank them for their leadership on the issues. Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent that the full text of their letter be added to the congressional record immediately following my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. President, there's a good chance you will see Senator Sullivan and me here on the floor of the Senate seeking to disapprove any administrative action that unreasonably restricts access to public land in our home state. That's exactly what happened in this 2022 plan. Like we saw so much in the Biden administration, it lacked balance and it failed to adhere to the law. We feel pretty strongly back home that we don't need Washington, D.C. to try to protect Alaska from Alaskans. We need Washington, D.C. to understand that no one cares more about Alaska, our lands, the people, than those who live there. And that what we're seeking is to partner with those on balanced management of our lands. And that's true across our state, and that's true within the NPRA. We had a good framework for responsible development in our petroleum reserve back in 2020. Today, we can vote to nullify the 2022 replacement and go back to it. So I would urge my colleagues, when we have this measure before us tomorrow for final, I would urge support for the resolution. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today in strong support of our bipartisan resolution, which Senator Kaine and I lead, along with our colleagues Rand Paul, Mark Warner, and Leader Schumer. Our resolution terminates the President's so-called emergency declaration related to the Canadian border and restores stability and common sense to our trade with our close ally and neighbor to the north, Canada. The administration has used that declaration as a pretext to impose sweeping tariffs on a friend, on a neighbor, on an ally, which are taxes paid by American consumers and businesses on Canadian imports. Back in April, this same resolution passed the Senate with bipartisan support. Under the National Emergencies Act, Congress must review and, if necessary, vote again every 6 months. Because the administration has refused to lift this so-called emergency and instead doubled down by raising tariffs on Canada to 35% as of August 1st with a threat of more, we are back on the floor today, and we will be back on the floor until this passes. And just this past week, the President announced, as I noted, yet another 10% tariff hike on Canada, this time in retaliation for an Ontario ad. Ontario, one province. This would be as if the governor of Texas put out an ad, or if the governor of California put out an ad. But President Trump used this as a pretext for another threat. And that ad accurately used President Ronald Reagan's 1987 remarks criticizing tariffs. So that is a good way to begin with President Reagan's remarks. He said in 1987, though there are economic and national security circumstances during which tariffs are necessary, that generally, and these are his words, high tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. This new tariff hike isn't about security. It isn't even about our economy. It's just about the president's personal grievances, and Americans are the ones paying the price. Since these chaotic on-again, off-again tariffs began in March, cross-border travel and trade have both fallen precipitously. In Minnesota, as we say, we can see Canada from our porch. Our people go back and forth all the time, sometimes for jobs, sometimes to visit relatives and friends, and sometimes, of course, for vacations. We welcome Canadians all the time. I was, in fact, at the Minnesota Frost game in which they played the Charge, a Canadian team, a women's professional hockey team. It was a joyous event with our Canadian neighbors. You see, we know now the World Series, one of the most exciting World Series between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Los Angeles Dodgers. This isn't just some faraway place to us. These are our friends and neighbors. But yet, despite all of this incredible history of friendship and booming economic gains because of all the back and forth and travel, trips from Canada to the U.S. are down roughly 20% from last year. Towns in the U.S. are having to put up signs that said, "We love you, Canadians," because they feel so dissed by this administration. They're saying, what's happening? We were the first ones on the ground after 9/11 from another country. The Canadians were there. We were the ones that stood by your side in so many foreign wars. We were the ones that, for so many of our states, are the #1 trading partners. How can this be happening? And frankly, it pisses them off. And so individual families are making decisions, are deciding, well, we're not going to go to America. Maybe we'll go to Mexico. Maybe we'll go to another country. Maybe we'll stay in Canada. But we're not going to travel there. We're not going to. Average foreign visitor spends about $4,000 when they come to America. We're not going to eat their food. We're not going to go to their restaurants. We're not going to stay at their hotels. We're not going to fish in their lakes. You name it. That's what people in my state are seeing. And everything from manufacturing parts to whiskey, that's dropped sharply. And small businesses, farmers, and manufacturers are losing business. This is not how our economy was supposed to work. If you believe in capitalism, if you believe in trade, if you believe you just can't put your head in the sand and think, well, we're just going to be on our own, when 95% of our potential customers, particularly in the agriculture area, are outside of our borders. We should be exporting more goods, and we should be encouraging more trade. The president shouldn't be able to just wake up one day and see an ad he doesn't like on TV featuring a Republican president by a province in Canada and decide, oh, I'm just going to hike up another 10%. Or something happened in Brazil, and I congratulate Senator Kaine and Senator Paul on their recent overturning from this body. Finally, enough is enough. We're asserting our power, and you're not going to be able to just put on a 40% tariff on Brazil, with a country with which we have a trade surplus, simply because the guy's facing a trial there that the president doesn't like. No, this is not how this works. It's not how it works under the Constitution. It's not how it works under the law. This resolution is about drawing a line in the sand and saying you cannot abuse your emergency powers to start an unjustified trade war. You cannot abuse your emergency powers to hurt one of the finest relationships in the world. And you cannot drive up prices, eliminate jobs, and put in place a national sales tax that experts now predict will altogether, the tariff tax, cost the average family nearly $2,000 per year. And they are seeing it every day in their grocery bills. They're seeing it when they want to go out and buy tools. They're seeing it when they're going out to buy audio equipment. Minnesota, #1 trading partner, one of our country's top 2 trading partners, and one of our most trusted allies. That's Canada. We export more goods to Canada than we do in Minnesota, to our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th largest markets combined. In 2024, Minnesota's goods trade with Canada, including ag products, machinery, and medical devices, amounted to roughly $22 billion. $22 billion. That's more than a quarter of all the goods that we export. Major hit for our state. I chair the Canadian American Interparliamentarian Group. I frequently meet with our partners in Canada. A number of senators, including Senator Kaine and Senator Shaheen and Senator Welch and Senator Kevin Cramer of North Dakota, Republican, we went up there together to Ottawa a few months back, met with Prime Minister Carney, and as the Prime Minister said recently, the U.S.-Canada relationship has become mostly transactional. That's not the story of our friendship with Canada. Canada, as I mentioned, fought alongside us in 2 world wars. They are partners in NORAD and NATO. They helped us get our supply chain back in order after the pandemic, and yes, we helped them. Canada is setting historic new goals to contribute to our collective defense, planning to triple defense spending over the next decade. New equipment, new infrastructure, new technology to strengthen our NATO alliance, which means strengthening our own national security. But rather than supporting a thriving Canadian economy that would enable the government to fulfill those goals, are the tariffs that the president keeps slapping on this great ally will hinder our potential and Canada's. These tariffs also undercut the very trade deal the president himself once called the most modern and balanced agreement in history. That is the USMCA, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. I supported that agreement. I was one of the first Democrats, in fact, the first one, during that election when the 2020 election, that actually came out and said I supported that trade agreement on the debate stage because I felt it was so important. So why would the president take this jewel of a trade agreement that, albeit needs to be changed as we go forward and reviewed, which is mandatory this coming year for things like dairy and other things? That's been acknowledged. We'd like to see some changes to it. But why would he take this incredibly important agreement and just say it doesn't matter? The kind of uncertainty that we're seeing with these tariffs shakes business confidence across North America. These tariffs are paid by families. Groceries, clothes, housing. Home builders say higher material costs from tariffs are adding as much as $10,000 $5,000 to the cost of a new home. Americans looking for a new car are paying more than $3,000 more for an American-made vehicle. And of course, it's increasing the cost of cars made in America because parts come from Canada. And this is an important point. The tariffs are not just about raising the prices on the goods that we import. They're also driving up prices across the board on all types of goods and services. Electricity costs. If we continue down this path, as I noted, average family, $2,000 increase per year. This might not mean a lot to some of the president's friends and family members, billionaires on his cabinet. They're not going to care about this $2,000 a year, that's true. They're not going to care. But people right now that are already faced with all these problems with health care, which is a fight that's raging right now about this budget, they can't handle it. Tariffs, as I noted, can be an important tool for countering other countries' unfair trade practices. I supported some of the steel tariffs that were more narrow from the former Trump administration and the Obama administration and the Biden administration in order to make sure that our iron ore, very key to my past and our future, mined in northern Minnesota, my grandpa was an iron ore miner, that continued. But that's not what we're talking about with the president's action here. The broad emergency power statute enacted from 1977 that the president has used to justify these across the board tariffs didn't even mention the word tariff. My colleagues and I have filed an amicus brief to the Supreme Court. That case is going to be heard next week, but it's not the only answer. The answer should be that Congress asserts its power, even though I believe that the use of this statute is clearly illegal. And I believe that the underlying court, which was made up of the initial trade court, a Trump judge, an Obama judge, and a Reagan judge, yes, they still exist, they unanimously, the three of them, said that this was an illegal use of this statute. But this today is about something else. It is about us asserting our own power, stopping the chaos with over 100 times changes in these tariffs. Small brewers paying for aluminum cans that can't afford them, furniture makers paying more for lumber, and family-owned tourism business in my state suffering. If the Trump administration wants to address trade disputes, clearly open to that, it should work in good faith with our neighbors to strengthen the USMCA trade agreement that the president himself originally negotiated. Our bipartisan group of co-sponsors understands this. This isn't about politics, it's about jobs, economic stability, and respect for the successful agreement that we committed to in the past. It's why this resolution has support from the United Steelworkers, the International Association of Machinists, North America's building trades unions, and the AFL-CIO. The Chamber of Commerce, the National Taxpayers Union, the National Retail Federation have all endorsed this resolution. These are voices from every corner of the political spectrum, every part of our economy. Maybe we should be listening to them and not being a rubber stamp, I say to my colleagues. It's time to stand up. Otherwise, why are you here? I yield the floor, and I see that my friend from Virginia, who's been such a leader on this, is here.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, thank you. I rise to thank my colleague from Minnesota, Senator Klobuchar, for her hard work on this effort and her work over many years in leading the U.S.-Canada interparliamentary dialogue. That's a dialogue that we have with some nations that are longstanding allies of the United States, and I maintain that the U.S.-Canada relationship is really the model for what a relationship between two neighboring nations should be. I primarily object to the Canada tariffs because I don't think there's an emergency that should trigger the use of this statute, but there are many other reasons I object to them, and the fracturing of this long-standing, powerful relationship is one of them. I spoke yesterday with respect to the Brazil tariffs, and I talked about the wrecking ball that Donald Trump is taking to the American economy. There have been 3 academic studies of the Virginia economy in recent months, and they were recently summarized by a publication called Cardinal News in Virginia earlier this month. And the takeaway line about how Virginia is faring under Donald Trump's economic mismanagement is this: fewer jobs, higher prices, slower growth. The firing of federal employees, the cancellation of celebrated economic development projects, the imposition of tariffs in a chaotic on again, off again, pause again, give you an exception, we'll renegotiate regime. All of these things are deeply hurting the Virginia economy, and I know my colleagues around the country are experiencing the same thing. That economic wrecking ball composes many elements beyond the tariffs, but the tariffs are really the central item that is causing damage to our economy right now. The tariffs that have been imposed by President Trump on Canada, like the Brazil tariffs we discussed yesterday, or the Liberation Day tariffs we'll talk about tomorrow, are imposed under the statute IEEPA. Yesterday on the floor, as I talked about the Brazilian tariffs, I told everyone what IEEPA was meant to do. It was meant to give the president power to take action in the event of an international emergency. An international emergency is defined in a pretty significant way so as to not be used in minor instances. The definition under IEEPA says that a president may take certain actions when there is an extraordinary and unusual threat to the national security, foreign policy, or economy of the United States. An extraordinary and unusual threat. Before President Trump, what kind of emergencies have been triggered under IEEPA by Democratic and Republican presidents? The existence and activities of transnational criminal organizations, malicious cyber-enabled activities that target the United States, human rights violations that affect the United States, corruption that affects the United States, pervasive strategies by foreign nations to evade sanctions imposed by the United States, foreign U.S. elections. These are the kinds of unusual and extraordinary actions originating in whole or substantially in part outside the United States that have been labeled by presidents an international emergency under IEEPA to enable the president to take certain action. President Trump has stretched this notion of emergency far beyond the language of the statute and far beyond what anyone contemplated when this statute was written. You've heard me talk about the president declaring an energy emergency when the United States is producing more energy than at any time in our history. You've heard us talk about the president declaring the prosecution of a friend of his in Brazil a national security emergency. If President Trump can define anything as an emergency, then so can any president henceforth. And that's why my colleagues should be pretty careful in striking down overuse of emergency power. So what's the emergency with respect to Canada that has inspired the president to impose these tariffs on Canada and then add to the tariffs because he saw a television advertisement he didn't like? The emergency that the president has cited is the challenge of fentanyl. Now, fentanyl is an emergency. I'm not standing here on the floor of the Senate to deny that it's so. The president has used the fentanyl emergency to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico. And I haven't challenged those uses of emergency power. I have questions about whether tariffs are the right solution to the declared emergency, but I would not stand here on the floor of the Senate and claim that fentanyl was not an emergency that had significant origin in China and Mexico. But fentanyl is not an emergency from Canada. In the most recent year that we had statistics, the U.S. seized nearly 40,000 pounds of fentanyl on the southern border of the United States coming from Mexico. That's an emergency. How much fentanyl was seized on or near the Canadian border during the same year? The answer is 21 pounds. 21 pounds. And much of that fentanyl was not necessarily seized at the border. It was seized near the border. It may have been coming from Canada, but in all likelihood, it was actually on its way to Canada because more fentanyl goes from the United States into Canada than vice versa. So this claim that Canada is responsible for a fentanyl emergency and thus we need to punish both Canada, but more especially American consumers, is completely without factual basis, and it's completely illogical. What is the emergency? The emergency apparently got augmented in the past weekend. The president saw an advertisement, as my colleague said, with a direct quote from President Ronald Reagan about why tariffs are bad. And he said, we caught the Canadians red-handed, and so we're going to add another 10% tariff on top of what I've already done. And we're going to stop any trade negotiations with Canada because I have such thin skin that an ad on television quoting Ronald Reagan hurts my feelings. How about that as a rationale for trade policy? How about that? There is no emergency in this situation, and that is the reason this resolution should be supported. But while there is no emergency, there are consequences. There are consequences to what President Trump has done with Canada. In the economic space, my colleague talked about visitation. Canadian visitors to the United States plummet 33% in June, 6 straight months of steep declines. Canadian visitors are the most common foreign visitors to the Commonwealth of Virginia. They tend to like Virginia Beach, and we love Canadians coming to Virginia Beach. But we've seen Canadian visitation drop. All states in the country have seen Canadian visitation drop. There's so many other stories that I hear out on the road. I was with a baker in Virginia who has 3 pie shops. Mom's Apple Pie. We were talking about this back in the spring, after the tariffs had been announced, but before they had really bit. But she had seen tariffs in Trump's first term. And she said to me on behalf of Mom's Apple Pie, I mean, this is almost too good a story to be true. Mom's Apple Pie, for gosh sake. She said, Senator Kaine, you got to do something about these tariffs. And I said, tariffs? You have 3 bakeries, one in Occoquan, one in Purcellville, one in Leesburg. How do tariffs affect you? Pie tins. Pie tins, all pie tins are made of aluminum, and they all come from Canada. And if you jack up the cost of aluminum with aluminum tariffs by 25%, apple pie gets more expensive. Nobody has to buy apple pie. Gets more expensive, people would choose not to buy apple pie. I got to lay people off. I saw it in Trump term 1. I'm going to see it in Trump term 2. Farmers. Farmers have seen commodities be pretty darn flat. Commodity prices have not been going up. They haven't been getting a lot more for agricultural commodities. But the inputs aren't stable. They're getting more expensive. And one of the most significant inputs for any farmer of an agricultural vegetable or grain product is fertilizer. And one of the key ingredients of fertilizer is potash. And about 80% of potash that goes into fertilizer used by American farmers comes from Canada. So the initial effect of these tariffs is to raise the cost of these inputs, building supplies, food, fertilizer, pie tins. The input costs go up. And then there's never a one-way trade war. So a nation will say, well, then we're going to retaliate against you. We're not going to just take this sitting down. So Canada doesn't want to, but after Trump imposed the tariff, Canada retaliates on products in the ag sector. And suddenly it becomes harder for American businesses to sell products in Canada. One of the products that is an important one in southern states like mine is whiskey. The U.S. alcohol industry is reeling from Canada's booze boycott. The trade fight prompts pullback in purchases by the biggest export market for U.S.-made wines, costing American brands tens of millions in sales. Virginia is one of the top 10 states in the country in the volume of wine production. We also produce a lot of whiskey and other spirits, and Canadians like to buy American products. But the retaliation and the anger at the United States has caused many to decide to pull all American products off their shelves. All American products off their shelves. And I speak with a number of businesses in Virginia who have faced this. So the consequences are very real. My colleague from Minnesota talked about estimates that this could be already costing American families on average between $1,800 and $2,000 a year. But it's got consequences bigger than that. Canada is an ally. We're trying to convince Canada to increase their NATO expenditure up to 2% of GDP and related expenditures on infrastructure up to 5% of GDP. And the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, has gone to the Parliament and gotten their commitment to do so. We're asking Canada to participate with us in one of President Trump's most significant military priorities called Golden Dome. In Canada, they call it Continental Shield. They have a different name for it. But it's the same thing. It's missile defense for North America. And we're trying to get Canada to heavily invest, as they should, to try to provide missile defense in North America. It is much harder to convince an ally to spend hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars on a joint defense platform when you are punishing their economy and when we are punishing our own citizens. And so that's why we need to vote for this resolution. There is a right way to resolve this, and my colleague mentioned it. The U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. It was one of the highlights, the stellar achievements of Donald Trump's first term. NAFTA was 20 years old. It needed to be renegotiated. Donald Trump said, we're going to renegotiate it and make it a lot better. And guess what? He did. He and his team did make it better. And when it came to the Senate, my recollection is it came to the Senate and it passed by about 89 to 10. We can't get that vote on a Mother's Day resolution here. Donald Trump should be proud of USMCA. And USMCA had a provision that in 2026, we would look at the first 5 years of its history and then make it better. Those discussions had just started when I was in Ontario about a month and a half ago. And the Canadian government felt really good about sitting around the table with the United States and Mexico and making this deal better. Donald Trump has stopped the discussions because a TV ad hurt his feelings. The right answer to the U.S.-Canada relationship on trade is to go back to the table on USMCA, find anything that hasn't worked, anything that can be made better, negotiate and make it better. Tariffs are hurting our economy, hurting our citizens, hurting our businesses. Let's terminate this bogus emergency and let our households and businesses save some money. Thank you, and I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to express my support for this resolution and indeed the full series of tariff resolutions my colleagues Senator Kaine and Wyden and others have put forward. And I want to take this opportunity to personally commend Senator Kaine for his leadership and for his understanding of the complexities of the issues we face. Our resolutions would overturn President Trump's tariff taxes on American consumers. These tariffs are part of the president's effort to use trade policy to benefit his friends and himself at the expense of American families. He's used trade to prop up Argentina's president before a key election because that country's president has said nice things about President Trump. Hardly the basis for a fundamental economic decision affecting the life of every American. And he's used trade to punish the entire country of Brazil for the prosecution of its former leader, another friend and political ally of Trump. These are not economically based decisions. These are purely personal, whimsical decisions that harm American families. The hope is that any chief executive is going to look thoughtfully, rationally, measure benefits and costs, and make decisions that benefit this country. That's not the case with President Trump. And while he's cutting these special interest trade deals, President Trump is really whacking households with more than $15 billion in additional costs each month. The tariffs on Brazil, one of the main sources of coffee for the United States of America, and we're just waiting for our constituents to roll up to their Dunkin' Donuts, if you're in Rhode Island, and order a small coffee, and that'll be $15, please. That's where we're headed, and it's going to hurt our constituents, particularly the most vulnerable, working families that are struggling to get by. Grocery prices continue to decline, with essentials, as I said, like coffee and beef, 19% increases, and 15% more expensive than they were a year ago. The average new car price just crossed $50,000 for the first time in our nation's history. Investment bank UBS reports tariffs have increased home construction costs by $9,000, and we have an affordable housing crisis in the United States in every state. And Ashley Furniture, the largest U.S. and indeed global furniture manufacturer, announced this month it was raising prices by as much as 12% due to the president's tariffs. And that was before the new 25% furniture-specific tariffs came into force. In total, researchers at Yale report tariffs are costing families $1,800 this year. The president has essentially claimed these costs are a figment of our imaginations, repeatedly claiming that foreign companies, non-Americans, pay his tariffs. But his claims don't match America's reality or the economic data. A recent Goldman Sachs report found that foreign exporters have been paying only about 9% of tariff costs. In fact, Goldman, the nonprofit Peterson Institute, and investment bank Morgan Stanley have all reported that most of the president's tariffs are being absorbed by American companies, small businesses, and consumers. Indeed, our two largest auto manufacturers, General Motors and Ford, have each reported billions of dollars in new tariff-related costs. Nike told its investors it will pay $1.5 billion in tariff costs this fiscal year. And defense manufacturer Raytheon announced $220 million in tariff costs in the third quarter alone. Make no mistake, businesses, large and small, in every corner of our country are paying these costs, but with much tighter margins, much tighter margins than previously. Many of the Main Street businesses may not survive because of this. And increasingly, companies are passing the cost of these tariff taxes on to American consumers. It's not just higher costs. When companies shoulder new costs, they hire fewer workers. And we're seeing that in many parts of the country. We're seeing it in Rhode Island. Unsurprisingly, job growth, as a result, has stagnated under President Trump. Payroll company ADP found the private sector actually lost 32,000 jobs last month, while those Yale researchers estimated the Trump tariffs will eliminate 500,000 jobs this year. It used to be the chief responsibility of the President of the United States to create economic programs and policies that stimulated employment, not eliminated employment. And while President Trump likes to demonize any dissent towards his policies as political or the work of enemies, data and economic warnings around his tariffs are coming from every corner of our country. I'll close by noting that I do not want to be on the floor delivering this speech. I don't want to have to criticize the president for his economic decision-making. But instead of pursuing thoughtful, impactful, and cost-reducing policy, President Trump has decided to take a whack at American small businesses and families with billions and billions in new costs. And as a member of the Senate, I cannot sit by quietly while our president makes Americans suffer simply because their needs do not match his priorities. I was hopeful that President Trump would come to his senses before Congress and the courts act, but he has not, and that is why we are on the floor, And that is why we must pass this resolution, which is one of the first steps to eliminating these Trump-induced costs on households and businesses. Passage today would signal to Americans that Congress's priority is their financial well-being, not the well-being of the wealthy, the well-connected, and the Donald Trump personal pals. Most importantly, it would start the process of eliminating over $15 billion in new monthly costs for families. I urge my colleagues to prioritize hardworking Americans, not Donald Trump and friends, by passing this resolution, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I thank my colleague from Rhode Island, Senator Klobuchar, Senator Kaine. We've all been teaming up to terminate Donald Trump's blanket taxes, blanket tariffs on products Americans buy from Canada. Once again, we've got an opportunity to cancel a Trump trade tax and put money back into the pockets of the American people. This is a chance for senators to show our constituents that we're going to act for them, not for special interests or some new presidential obsession. Unlike many of the nations Trump has slapped with taxes, there is already a comprehensive trade deal between the United States and Canada. It was written in the Senate Finance Committee room, and it was bipartisan. It was a trade deal negotiated by Donald Trump himself, and it got a significant bipartisan vote. Congress approved the deal, put it into black-letter law, and we made sure, Senator Brown in particular leading the fight, to have a bill with tough enforcement teeth to make sure the U.S. could hold Canada and Mexico to their commitments. This is the only way to ensure that farmers, workers, and businesses get the full benefit. But Trump trade taxes aren't addressing enforcement issues with Mexico and Canada or making the USMCA work better. Instead, he's unilaterally undermining supply chains across the board. He's imposed new tariffs on scores of products we buy from Canada, making groceries and housing, energy, and cars more expensive. He put a 50% tariff on steel and aluminum, a singularly bad idea. Beer, appliances, auto parts, all of them getting hammered by that tax. There are 8 million American jobs that depend on trade with Canada. Canada is the biggest export market for 32 American states. The trade war of Trump is destroying jobs, less safe. For one, Canada is a reliable source of energy, raw materials, and critical minerals that Canada has repeatedly used as a bargaining chip in trade talks. Critical minerals are essential to manufacturing in the high-tech and defense industries. The Trump administration has invested millions in developing the Canadian critical minerals industry as an alternative to China's near monopoly. But here's a key point, Mr. President. Instead of developing Canada as an alternative to China for raw materials, Donald Trump is driving our closest ally straight into the arms of China. The Canadian Prime Minister said last week that his country is looking to re-engage with India and China to find new markets and new allies that are more reliable than the United States. America would get better results on trade by buying spells from an Etsy witch. Trump's stated reason for blowing up commerce is fentanyl trafficking. Now, I don't take a backseat to anybody when it comes to cracking down on the scourge of fentanyl. Oregon is no stranger to the devastating effects that it's wreaked in our communities. But in reality, there is no crisis at the northern border. Less than 0.2% of fentanyl entering the United States comes from Canada. Some of my colleagues on the other side have voiced concerns about tariffs, but said they want to give Donald Trump more time to strike a deal. I would ask, what in the past 6 months makes you think that this is somehow magically going to get better? Instead of negotiating, Donald Trump spends his energy having tantrums about TV ads that accurately quote Ronald Reagan's position on tariffs. He's already increased these tariffs on Canada once. He's now threatening to jack up Canada tariffs by another 10% because one of their provinces, just one, took out the Reagan ad. Who would make a deal with a person who acts like this, who ignores a deal that was made just a few years ago, and who constantly threatens to annex their country. That's what Donald Trump has done with Canada. These tariffs are doing nothing to help Americans. They're unrelated to trade disputes. I hope every senator will vote to repeal the taxes on Canadian goods and help lower costs for our constituents. I thank the President. Yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President, very much. And I want to thank Senator Kaine for your leadership on this issue, highlighting it, leading on it, bringing it to the attention of the American public. Same thing is true for Senator Wyden and Senator Klobuchar. Thank you so much for your leadership. And I rise to join them in highlighting the devastating impact President Trump's economic policies are having on small businesses across our country. Small business owners are struggling in President Trump's economy. Let me just say this. 97% of all the companies in America who engage in trade are small businesses. And those small businesses represent 1/3 of all trade that our country engages in. They're not big companies. They can't buy a year or 2 years inventory in advance. They live week to week. They live month to month. And that's pretty much where they've been since April. They've been trying to survive. They've been trying just to make it through this hectic, unpredictable roller coaster of tariffs, which the president has been imposing. And these small businesses, they are unbelievably struggling in this economy right now. Thanks to President Trump, just this year, electricity costs are up 11%. Food prices are up. The cost of coffee is up 19% this year. Bananas are up 7%. Beef is up 13%. The cost of health care for millions of small business owners will increase by an average of 114%. This is going to be a massive hit on small businesses and small business workers if the Affordable Care Act tax premiums expire. It's going to be 10 million small businesses and small business employees in our country who are going to see a spike that's going to be dramatic for their health care. 42,000 jobs we've lost in manufacturing this year. 42,000, down, not up, not his promise. And that's supposed to be at the center of his tariff policy. Well, we're losing manufacturing jobs at an accelerated rate after Joe Biden increased manufacturing jobs. And I'd like to, again, really point out what a great job you've been doing, Senator Kaine, on this, in putting a great big spotlight on all of this, because this is absolutely central to the economic well-being of our country. So back in May, I introduced and tried to pass my Small Business Liberation Act, a bill that would have protected small businesses from Trump's tariff chaos, just saying, get those 97% of all the businesses engaged in trade, the small businesses, get them out of this war. They can't survive that war. Big businesses maybe, but not little businesses. They just can't do it. But the Senate Republicans blocked that proposal. Then I did it again. Republicans blocked my proposal just to spare the small businesses. And unfortunately, Republicans have not shown the courage yet on Trump's tariffs, just capitulation, as they do on so many other issues. By opposing my bill and preventing those sensible resolutions from moving forward in the House, Republicans are allowing Trump to tax any good from any country for any reason. No rules. And the only reason is Trump doesn't have the legal authority to do that. He doesn't have the legal authority to do what he's doing right now. Trump claims to have authority under a 1977 law signed by Jimmy Carter, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. This law was so uncontroversial in 1977, it was passed on a voice vote. Now, can you imagine Jimmy Carter's president. There's a bill that's going to allow Jimmy Carter to become a dictator, to impose tariffs on any country in the world, to jack up the price any way they want on any product at any time, anything that ticks them off, including some little commercial about Ronald Reagan. And all of a sudden, boom, we're smashing you, Canada. Does anyone here really think the Republicans in the Congress in 1977, at the height of Jimmy Carterism, were giving him unlimited authority to be able to impose tariffs? You know that did not happen. He doesn't have the legal authority to do this. And I can tell you because I was there on the floor of Congress when it happened in 1977. I know there was no debate on this. And so that is what we're talking about right now. The Congress did not give Jimmy Carter king-like powers. I can guarantee you that on a voice vote. But Trump, he thinks he can exercise these emergency powers and tax any import for any reason. Our latest emergency, it is a television ad, a Canadian-produced and featured audio of former President Ronald Reagan denouncing the tariffs. And in retaliation, President Trump decided everyday Americans and small businesses should pay 10% more on imports from Canada. It's very clear Trump is just making all of this up. He's making it up as he goes along. And for Massachusetts, it's very important. Every fifth grader, when I was in the fifth grade, and all fifth graders in Massachusetts, in their geography book, there's one chapter, and it's entitled, Our Friends, the Canadians. Okay. And why is that? Because they're our leading trading partner. It's only like a 3 or 4 hour ride to get up to Canada. It is who we are. We trade with them every single day. We do $10 billion of trade with Canada. That's who we do business with. And this 10% additional tariff, you know who it cascades down onto? The small businesses of Massachusetts. Ordinary citizens. They're going to be further crushed. That's who we partner with. And he knows he doesn't have this trade authority. Small businesses have had enough of Trump's illegal actions and have successfully challenged the tariff authority twice already. He lost in the district court, he lost in the circuit court. And next week, this case is going to be heard in the Supreme Court. So small businesses have already won twice. And now they're going for the final round in the Supreme Court, hoping that they won't engage in creative legislative history reinterpretation that a Republican unanimous vote in 1977 allowed Jimmy Carter to become a king on tariffs. So President says it's enemies of the country who are suing him. If that's how you view Main Street in America, Kiwanians, Rotarians, small business chambers of commerce all across the country, they're the ones bringing the suit. And they've already won twice. And now they're heading for the showdown on the Supreme Court. For small businesses, this isn't about politics, it is about survival. And right now, Trump's tariffs are taxes for them. So far, it's $30 billion coming from small businesses that Trump then transfers into tax breaks for the wealthiest people in our country or for the Argentine government. But it's not staying on Main Street. They're not getting the rewards for the work which they have done. A small business in Massachusetts that designs and manufactures and sells outdoor recreation equipment told me that they've paid an extra $500,000 this year because of Trump's tariff taxes. Earlier this week, they received a $40,000 bill for imports from Taiwan. It's just a small business. And meanwhile, big businesses have CEOs meeting directly with the president and receiving generous exemptions. It's Robin Hood in reverse. Trump is taking from hard-working, regular people, and he's transferring the wealth to the millionaires and billionaires in our country. It's absolutely economic craziness that the president is engaging. He's punishing Main Street. He's turning Main Street into Pain Street in every single state in our country. And that extra increase in the tariffs from Canada puts a special burden on Massachusetts and our small businesses, our workers. So it's very clear this tax is not being paid by other countries. American small businesses pay the tax. Main Street is paying this tax. And President Trump is taxing food and clothing and toys and even tea. And as a small business owner reminded me, the last time there was a tax on tea, there was a revolution in our country that began in Boston. Small businesses have no lobbyists, no Mar-a-Lago, no golden gifts for President Trump, no margin for error. There'll be no invitations to them to the new ballroom, but I'm not going to back down. I'm going to continue to stand up for small businesses across the country, across Massachusetts, from red states to blue states, who are bearing the burden of these tariffs. And I hope that our Republican colleagues will join us today by voting to pass this resolution. And again, I thank you, Senator Kaine, for your leadership, and the same to you, Senator Wyden, and to Senator Klobuchar. This is a very important moment in the economic history of our country. And with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to SJ Res 77, which would terminate the fentanyl national emergency declared with respect to Canada. I agree with my colleagues that tariffs should be more targeted to avoid harm to Americans. I made precisely that point at a hearing in the Finance Committee in May. We should consider more exemptions, whether for unavailable natural resources, capital equipment, or other key inputs. It is equally as important that enforcement guidance provides the clarity that U.S. companies need to comply with the tariffs and to make critical business decisions. Similarly, as the administration continues to negotiate with our trading partners, I appreciate that my colleagues, as well as our constituents, may be nervous about what comes next. However, at this juncture, this resolution is counterproductive to helping American families and businesses of all sizes. What my colleagues across the aisle have not discussed is the ubiquitous tariffs and non-tariff trade barriers that our small businesses and large businesses alike face across this globe, from countries that are not allowing fair trade to happen with the United States. And the cost of that is being borne by the American people, small businesses and large businesses alike. The President's historic trade negotiations recognize that this cannot continue, and nations across the globe need to reduce their tariff barriers and their non-tariff trade barriers to American companies and American citizens. The President's negotiations are bearing fruit. President Trump already announced new trade deals with major trading partners, including the United Kingdom, Japan, and the European Union. Other such announcements we expect to be forthcoming, and I urge other trading partners of the United States to reach similar deals. Consequently, SJ Res 77 is counterproductive to the progress already made by the President and to new gains he can still achieve in the ongoing negotiations with our trading partners. Let's truly get a balanced, fair playing field in trade. On April 30, the Senate rejected the joint resolution of disapproval of IEEPA-based reciprocal tariffs for the same reasons. Mr. President, I recommend we do the same thing today and reject this resolution, and I yield the floor.
Recognize the senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, in conclusion, I want to say this. One, thank you to Senator Kaine and Senator Warner, the two senators from Virginia, for their leadership on this important resolution. Senator Wyden for all of his work, Senator Rand Paul and others who have stood with us, who have stood with capitalism, who have stood with this idea that trade matters and that our country is stronger when we do business and sell our goods across the seas and to our friendly neighbors like Canada. Let me start with Canada. As the head of the interparliamentarian group with Canada, I spent a lot of time working with the Canadians. It is one embassy years ago when America was disliked by a lot of countries that displayed on their embassy huge banners that said friend, ally, partner. For so many of our states, they are our biggest trading partner. They fought alongside us in 2 world wars. They are our partners in NORAD and in NATO. They worked with us together on supply chains and getting them back working after the pandemic. They are setting new historic goals. Canada is to contribute to our collective defense, planning to triple defense spending over the next decade. So what does this administration do? Slap them with a 35% tariff? And then, just because the president woke up in the morning and didn't like an ad that quoted a beloved Republican president, Ronald Reagan, didn't like it, he says, well, I'm going to give him 10% more. Yet this is a country with which we share a trade agreement that this president negotiated with Mexico and Canada. If you want to make changes, like for dairy or other things, do it in the review of that agreement. Don't do it like this to a neighbor and friend. Secondly, what do these tariffs mean to America, mean to the people in our country? Combined, they've been changed over 100 times. Total chaos. Inflation is up. Manufacturing jobs are down. Small farm bankruptcies are at their highest level in 5 years, and every senator in this chamber has heard from their beef producers or heard from their soybean farmers what is happening right now. As one of my farmers called it, a perfect storm of ugly. For an individual family right now, these tariffs mean a $2,000 tax per family. Tools are up. Audio equipment costs more. This is the effect of this tariff policy on individual families in America. So we can have high-ended debates here, but at home they're looking at their grocery prices, they're looking at their markets, their family farms that they spent a century, they're the next in line to take it over, drying up. That's what these tariffs are about. Then finally, this president cannot keep abusing his power like this. There is a reason, when you look at the numbers, who supports this resolution. United Steelworkers, International Association of Machinists, North America's Building Trades Unions, the AFL-CIO, the Chamber of Commerce, the National Taxpayers Union, the National Retail Federation, have all endorsed this resolution. But unfortunately, with a few exceptions, our friends on the other side of the aisle are just rubber stamping what this president wants. Well, it is time for us to stand up. This vote is about reasserting Congress's constitutional role. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution gives Congress, not the President, the power to impose tariffs and regulate commerce with foreign nations. We must stand up for American workers, businesses, and consumers, and remind our allies and ourselves that America keeps its word. I yield the floor.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Mr. President, first I want to thank our great senators Klobuchar and Kaine and Wyden for leading the charge here on the Senate floor against Donald Trump's destructive, self-defeating, and often utterly juvenile trade war. Today, the Senate will vote to end Donald Trump's national emergency declaration against Canada and put a stop to the asinine trade war with our neighbors to the north. This has been the most peaceful relationship over the centuries, and Donald Trump seems to throw a hand grenade to undo that relationship. We need to put a stop to this asinine trade war with our neighbors to the north, and if Americans want proof that Donald Trump's trade war has been a catastrophe, considering this: while he capitulates to Beijing, he's raising tariffs on Canada. How nonsensical, how stupid, how thoughtless. Canada, one of our strongest allies, one of our most important trading partners. I don't know of two large economies that are more entwined than America's and Canada's. And after a year and a half of failed trade war, Americans have not gotten liberation. Instead, Americans have been saddled with a national sales tax. That's what Trump's tariffs are. a national sales tax on Americans. The average family, America, listen to this, the average family, American family, is paying $2,000 more a year thanks to Trump's tariffs. Our farmers are taking a beating. In New York, Donald Trump's 35% tariffs on Canada have been devastating. We depend on tourism. More than a quarter of the tourists who visit Niagara Falls and the wine country in the Finger Lakes region are from Canada. So many from Canada are flood New York City every year. And yet, this year, tourism and border crossings are down 20%. Western New York and Buffalo depend on those border crossings all the time. Trade between our nations has been hurt. Jobs have been squandered. The economy of every northern border state, as Minnesota, has suffered. And now Donald Trump wants to add another 10% tariff on Canada because his feelings were hurt over an ad featuring Ronald Reagan. Can you imagine what an infantile leader we have in America? He sees an ad and then hurts the American people with these tariffs? Yep, that's right. Donald Trump's pride has become so fragile that he's threatening to increase tariffs on Canada by another 10%, from 35% to 45%. Why? Simply because the government of Ontario released an ad that included a radio address from President Reagan warning about the danger of tariffs. And apparently that got Donald Trump's feelings all hurt. Trump is letting his delicate little ego drive U.S. trade, whether it's with Brazil or Argentina or with Canada. And the consequence is that Americans are paying more. This isn't a laughing matter, really. No. Struggling families have to pay thousands of dollars more each year because Donald Trump doesn't like the internal goings-on in Canada or Argentina or Brazil. That hurts Americans, and we pay more for construction materials, for aluminum, for paper, and so much more. But do you know what the truth hurts? What President Reagan said back in those years about the danger of tariffs was true back then and remains true today. And I know my colleagues on both sides of the aisle disagree. So right now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the radio address delivered by President Reagan on April 25th on free trade and on the harms of tariffs on the economy, April 25th, 1987, be added into the congressional record.
Without objection?
Yesterday, the Senate came together in a bipartisan way to pass legislation to end Donald Trump's bogus emergency declaration in Brazil under the leadership of Senator Kaine. Today, we can take the next step to reverse Trump's trade war on one of America's most important allies, Canada, under the leadership of Senator Klobuchar. I urge my Republican colleagues to join Democrats once again to think about the families back home that are hurt by Trump's tariffs and to put an end to Trump's tariff war on Canada. Enough is enough. I yield the floor and ask consent to yield back the remaining time.
Without objection, under the previous order, the clerk will read the title of the joint resolution a third time.
SJ Res 77, joint resolution terminating the national emergency declared to impose duties on articles imported from Canada.
The question occurs in the passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim,
Marino, no.
Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Kane, Klobuchar, Murkowski, Paul, Peters, Rosen, Schumer, Warner, Warnock, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Cassidy, Crapo, Curtis, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Lee, Moody, Moreno, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Tillis, Young. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Thune, 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 Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Justice, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Miss Ernst, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Sullivan, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 46. The joint resolution is passed.
President.
I recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, what has always separated America from other nations around the world is the right to vote. It's a right that everybody in this body cherishes, as do the American people. Every person who approaches the ballot box generally has confidence that their votes are going to be counted and their voice will be heard. But as we stand here, this cherished right is coming under attack because in 2026, we can expect a continuation of what is happening in these last 9 months, that the Trump administration is doing everything it can to undermine the confidence in elections and sow distrust in the election process. It's like a spider weaving a web. The Trump administration has crafted multiple strands when combined together attack and change the voting landscape in a way that America will not recognize. Trump is attempting to strip power from the states, consolidate it for himself, and subvert the will of the people. It is systematic, it's strategic, and it is deeply and urgently serious. Today, I am beginning an extended effort to elevate this issue and sound the alarm, because voters will go to the polls this Tuesday, and my fear is that it could be the last free and fair election unless we rise up and we act. And this fear is not mine alone. I've heard it all around Connecticut and from my colleagues all around the country, and it is well-founded. President Trump's crusade of voter suppression and election subversion started on day one of the administration when he pardoned the individuals who participated in the violent attack on the Capitol on January 6th. That January 6th attack was not a protest or even just a riot. It was an assault on the very heart of our democracy in attempting to stop Congress from certifying the results of the 2020 election. The January 6th insurrectionists sought to nullify the votes and shatter the peaceful transfer of power that has characterized our democracy for nearly 250 years. President Trump provided a blanket pardon to the January 6th attackers and thereby endorsed and placed the presidential seal of approval on their actions and their direction and goal of seeking to overturn the will of the people. So it was no accident that these pardons were one of President Trump's very first acts in office. It was an unmistakable signal that his administration would be obsessed with suppressing votes and undermining free and fair elections. And since that very first day in office, President Trump and his administration have been praising and hiring into leadership positions the very people who attempted to subvert our democracy. In fact, just this past month, the White House reportedly hired Kurt Olson, a lawyer who attempted to overturn the 2020 election results, and he's working officially as a special government employee tasked with looking into the 2020 election and current voting machines. But rewriting the history of January 6th was only the beginning of a relentless, purposeful campaign to stoke fear among voters and sow seeds of distrust in American elections. They've employed federal agencies to help do some of the dirty work. In fact, President Trump has weaponized several federal agencies against you, the voters. He's using these agencies as instruments to suppress your vote. The Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice have both taken alarming actions in recent months targeting the vote. At DHS, a senior department leader, Heather Honey, an election denier and conspiracy theorist in her own right, reportedly told state and local election officials that the administration could declare a national emergency based on the claim that the 2020 election was stolen to obtain, quote, additional powers that don't exist right now, end quote, and act without Congress to, quote, mandate that states, end quote, adopt her preferred radical election rules. In addition, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, known as CISA, a critical agency within DHS that works with state and local officials to protect the security of our elections, has been gutted. CISA has been instrumental in protecting our elections from cyber attacks and threats by foreign and domestic actors. These attacks are growing, not diminishing. I don't have to reveal any classified information for the American people to know that attacks by our adversaries on our election system are an increasing threat. But instead of bolstering CISA, President Trump has placed on administrative leave or reassigned nearly all of its election experts. In their place, President Trump has installed inexperienced political activists who sought to overturn the results of the 2020 elections. Marcy McCarthy, named Director of Public Affairs at CISA, was responsible for spreading false claims about faulty voting machines in Georgia. This past July, Sean Planky, the nominee to head CISA, refused to answer me when I asked him in a hearing if he believed that the 2020 election was stolen. President Trump has chosen to attack CISA officials. In April, President Trump issued an executive order directing the Department of Justice and DHS to investigate Chris Krebs, the former head of CISA, calling him a, quote, bad faith actor who, quote, weaponized and abused his authority. All because Krebs refused to lie and say Trump's 2020 election was rigged. And because Krebs said there was no evidence in 2020 that, quote, any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised, he was attacked. And that executive order asked DHS to target him. At the same time, President Trump has dismantled CISA's election security programs, including by terminating initiatives that monitor foreign disinformation and cutting the funding of systems that detect, deter, and alert states and localities about cyber and physical attacks on election infrastructure. This dismantling of CISA is fundamental and deeply alarming. But at the Department of Justice, things are no better. President Trump took an axe to the Department of Justice's voting section within the Civil Rights Division. That historic section established and served to protect and uplift the vote. First, he decimated the voting section's staff. In January, it was estimated that the section had 30 attorneys on staff to enforce voting rights laws. Today, it's 3. Then he decimated its mission, transforming the section from a bulwark against voting suppression into its opposite, a mechanism to suppress voters and stoke fears of voter fraud. So instead of lifting up the work of voting rights and serving as a staunch defender of voters in the courts, the section has withdrawn its engagement in 7 active voting cases. Where it does remain involved in redistricting cases such as Louisiana versus Calais, it has taken a sudden and staunch anti-voter stance. The Department of Justice has decided to make a mockery of poll monitoring as well. The Trump DOJ will now use poll monitoring, which began as an effort to secure minorities' vote when they were denied it following passage of the Voting Rights Act, to potentially intimidate and surveil voters and officials alike at polling sites in California and New Jersey. He's doing it at the request of the Republican Party officials in those states ahead of the November 4th election. Those anti-voter campaigns are coupled with efforts to distort the electoral maps. Since President Trump took office, He has pressured Republican state legislators to ignore the will of their voters and effectively elect representatives through extreme and unabashedly partisan gerrymandering. This flagrantly abusive redistricting occurred in states like Texas, representing a top-down campaign directed by President Trump to eradicate as many congressional districts as possible that could conceivably elect a Democrat. For example, the new Texas redistricting seeks to gift Republicans 80% of its House seats in a state where Democrats routinely receive between 40 and 50% of the vote in congressional districts. It's plainly a move designed to target minority voters. The same playbook follows in Missouri and North Carolina. These are the actions of desperate politicians. Desperate because they know how deeply unpopular their policies are with voters, policies of stripping people of their health care, cutting taxes for the rich, and sending the military into American streets. Instead of changing those policies to win over voters, the Trump administration is seeking to disenfranchise the voters, suppress votes, and rig these elections by shamelessly moving voters to new districts. President Trump and Republicans have started a tit-for-tat redistricting arms race where Democrats are forced to fight fire with fire and play catch-up to undo Republicans' damage and restore balanced representation. And the ones who suffer are the voters. Their voices are ignored and often silenced by frightened partisan politicians. But it isn't just the voters who are undermined. It's our states as well. Under the Constitution, it is the states who have the power to oversee the time, place, and manner of their elections, subject only to legislation enacted by Congress. The president is given no role, zero, in that process. States are not agents for the federal government, hamstrung to presidential orders when it comes to elections. In this space of elections, they have their own independent, sovereign authority. And yet, President Trump believes he can dictate the rules over our elections and seize power from the states for himself. And he sought to do it in a number of important ways that ought to concern this body especially, because we represent our states. Foremost among his tactics, he wants to supplant states in determining the means, methods, and mechanisms for placing our votes. Those mechanisms vary. For example, some states use more mail-in voting than others, and states don't always have the same approach to early voting. Rather than the states making those calls, he wants to be Big Brother himself, watching how elections must run, dictating how it's done. The DOJ has already unsuccessfully sought access to voting machines in Missouri, sending a request to, quote, access, physically inspect, and perhaps take physical custody of election equipment used in the 2020 November general election, end quote. In March 2025, President Trump issued an executive order, another executive order, that attempted to mandate that the independent bipartisan Election Assistance Commission rescind all previous certifications of voting equipment and recertify systems under amended guidelines. That order is currently being challenged in court. It is plainly unlawful, it's reckless, and it is unfair to the states. And it is a false solution in search of a problem that doesn't exist. President Trump has called voting machines, quote, highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial, end quote. There's zero evidence, zero, to support these claims. It's all just a pretext to insert federal control over states' rights. States do have rights, and President Trump is trying to override them roughshod. His tactics are similar with mail-in ballots. In the 2024 election, nearly 1/3 of Americans voted by mail. Mail-in voting is instrumental in helping our troops and making sure that every voice is heard, even when they are overseas. President Trump has stated that he wants to, quote, lead a movement to get rid of mail-in voting, and he posted this past week on social media, quote, no mail-in or early voting, end quote. He's assigned lawyers to craft another executive order to stop it. The irony is not lost on anyone that President Trump himself voted by mail in the 2020 election when he cast his ballot in Florida. In some states, such as Oregon and Washington, mail-in ballots are the primary mechanism used by voters. Attempting to illegally strip states of this right will decimate the way our citizens are heard and the foundational principle of states' rights. By law, by tradition, by history and sound public policy, states make this call, not the president. And attempting to strip states of these rights is flagrantly illegal and unconstitutional. President Trump's lackeys have attempted to bully states into handing over sensitive and personal information contained within state voter rolls. DOJ has requested information or meetings about election administration from states and has demanded 40 states provide their full voter registration lists. In a private meeting, Michael Gates, a Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, disclosed that all 50 states will eventually receive these requests. The 8 states that so far have refused to turn over that data are now being sued by the Department of Justice. Trump is attempting to compile the largest list of voter roll data ever in our history in order to bolster unsubstantiated and false claims of illegal voting by non-citizens, despite the fact that non-citizen voting is essentially non-existent. This type of national voter roll collection is totally unprecedented in our history. Nothing like it has ever been done before. Nothing like this invasion of privacy and promises to voters would have been imaginable before January of this year. The information he's requesting includes your driver's license, your Social Security numbers, your names, your addresses, your political party, your voting history. He wants to know who you are and potentially use that information however he pleases. And he wants to use that information against states as well, more broadly to be the judge and jury of whether states are effectively running their own election, despite the fact that states, and I apologize for repeating it, states are tasked with administering election under the Constitution. In case Trump's DOJ can't dismantle elections using all of these malign tactics, The administration is also targeting election officials who seek to run efficient, fair, honest elections and to calculate and certify election results in a nonpartisan way. They are at work in every election. Everybody in this body knows what they do and knows how important they are to free and fair elections. President Trump's DOJ has a new weaponization working group with a focus on targeting election officials as a result of supposedly widespread voter fraud. It's the product of fevered imagination. The Department of Justice is also exploring whether they can bring criminal charges against state and local officials if they believe that those officials have not adequately safeguarded their computer systems from harm, despite gutting CISA, the very agent tasked with assisting them in safeguarding their computers and software. To instill fear in election workers, the administration is doing everything it can to signal that it will punish anyone who doesn't bow to them. Since 2020, Trump has been posting on social media and publicly calling for prosecutions against election officials he accuses of working against him. Prosecuting election officials won't make elections any safer or fairer. It's simply about creating fear and anxiety. It will lead to an exodus of individuals. It already has begun, that we need to rely on to run our elections. The fear-mongering seems to be having its effect. Ever since Trump began espousing false claims of stolen elections in 2020 and putting this kind of pressure on the dedicated men and women who show up for elections to help run them, election officials have reported harassment, threats, and abuse locally. Election officials with institutional knowledge of how local systems run and who are imperative to registering voters and maintaining voter processes are leaving their roles at an alarming rate. The turnover was especially pronounced in large jurisdictions where the Trump campaign focused its misinformation campaign around 2020 elections. Now, each of these individual actions of anti-election assault is serious and significant, but each action needs to be seen together as something deeper and broader. It is the sum and substance of totalitarianism. Not at some distant point in the future, not a vague storm cloud on the horizon, but the destruction of democracy here and now. As we approach our democracy's 250th anniversary, we can't afford the luxury of defeatism or despair or complacency. We need to join together, sound the alarm across differences of political party, geography, financial interests, personal background, and all the rest. Join in this body. Come together because we have a common interest in making sure that elections are free and fair. And more than words, we need action. Your action as voters, registering to vote and enabling others to do so, volunteering to work at the polls and supporting election officials and administrators, contributing to organizations that defend voting rights in court, demanding that public officials unite against the sabotage of our democracy, uniting at rallies, town halls, and every other forum available to make your voice known. I'll be reaching out to colleagues on both sides of the aisle, coming to the floor, and reaching out to the American people Just as we threw off the yoke of monarchy 2.5 centuries ago, the American people still have the power to determine their own future. They still have the courage to make good trouble, as John Lewis, the historic voting champion, famously said. And most of all, the American people have the will and fortitude to stand up to this assault. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Recognize the senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, the government has been shut down for nearly a month. It's the longest full government shutdown in American history. And it all began with the Democratic leaders' desire to play politics with people's lives and paychecks. Americans, including those in Louisiana, are paying the price. Nationwide, 1.4 million federal employees, many of whom, of course, are living paycheck to paycheck, are furloughed or working without pay. 13,000 air traffic controllers have already missed one paycheck and will miss another soon. SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, food stamps, these benefits run out November the 1st in many states like mine, and that's just 2 days away. In Louisiana alone, that's 804,000 individuals, including 312,000 children, relying on SNAP. Now, this is not an abstract ideological issue. We are literally talking about food on the table. SNAP can be the difference between a child having a full belly, going to sleep, waking up the next morning, going to school happy, and that same child asking their mom when is the next time they'll eat a meal, going to bed hungry, and doing poorly the next day. Republicans are working to extend the program. I'm on a bill to fund SNAP, but it looks like we will not have Democratic support to pass. Mr. President, there's a lot of empty dinner tables and a lot of children going to bed hungry. Democrats have voted against reopening our government 13 times. 13 times they have voted to deny children food, sending families to food banks instead. I'm told that food banks will not be able to keep up. Federal workers, single parents with young children, walking into empty food banks. That's coming from a party that regularly claims that they are the party of children, families, and vulnerable communities. Republicans and the Trump administration are working hard to mitigate the worst parts of the shutdown. President Trump found the money to pay our troops through the generosity of a patriotic American. Senate Republicans voted for a bill to pay all federal employees, including air traffic controllers, who are working without pay now. Democrats blocked it. They're the party of no. And the bizarre part is no one's quite sure why, until one of their leaders said the quiet part out loud. The House Democratic whip acknowledged that Democrats are allowing people to suffer because of the shutdown, but said, quote, "This is one of the few, there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times that we have." This is the second highest ranking House Democrat openly confirming that working families are being used as political leverage. This is all about politics, not what is best for the people of our country. Now, they'll tell you it's about health care, but their position crumbles under scrutiny. If it were about health care cost, why would they make people suffer more in order to change health care policy rather than reopen the government and negotiate with Republicans on solutions which actually lower health care costs? Republicans have repeatedly said we'll negotiate how to lower health care costs, just not while Americans suffer. Our position is clear. In the shutdown, And then let's talk about health care. Seems reasonable. You might ask why they're still voting against reopening the government. It's because they know that their proposals on health care won't actually lower health care costs. Under Democrats' current plan, premiums still go up next year. Not to mention, their proposed solution is just aimed at papering over the mess that Obamacare created, because the facts are clear. The Affordable Care Act did not make care affordable. All this seems like one elaborate attempt to save face. Well, it's not working, and more importantly, Americans are suffering. I repeat, reopen the government. Then let's have a conversation about the areas in health care we can address to actually lower premium costs and out-of-pocket costs for middle-income Americans. By the way, the Democrats' current plan will only affect 7% of the people on Obamacare. Their plan ignores 93% of Americans who will also see costs go up. We need to help all Americans by fixing our health care system, not just paper over the failures of Obamacare to help a few. I'll add, for as much as they talk about health care, the Democrats' shutdown is defunding important health care programs. As chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, I led a bipartisan effort to protect Americans' access to affordable over-the-counter drugs. The members of my committee worked together to reauthorize the over-the-counter monograph drug user fee program, sometimes referred to as a MUFA. This funds the review process to bring over-the-counter drugs to market. Because of this shutdown, because of my Democratic colleagues refusing to vote to open the government, for the first time in history, a user fee program has expired, meaning patient access to new over-the-counter treatments for common ailments is in jeopardy. I'm a doctor. I want to tackle the numerous issues facing our healthcare system. I spent my whole career fighting for patients. Let's have a conversation about lowering costs for all Americans, like those on Medicare, those with employer-sponsored insurance, and small business owners who provide insurance to their workers. If Democrats are interested in lowering healthcare costs, as they say they are, reopen the government, pay our troops, and stop taking food from children. I'm tired of hearing people say there's no off-ramp or way out of this shutdown. Here it is. The way forward. Open the government. I now ask unanimous consent for the next portion to be entered into the record separately.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I spoke on this floor a month ago about the consequences of a government shutdown on our country and upon Louisiana, particularly the 500,000 Louisianians enrolled in the National Flood Insurance Program, or the NFIP. I called on Senate Democrats to join me and Republican colleagues in keeping the government open and Congress working. Unfortunately, the Senate Minority Leader shut the government down nearly a month ago to appease a radical base. That's nearly a month that many people in Louisiana on the NFIP have gone without the trust, certainty, and stability the program is designed to provide. Families are unable to close on a new house because they can't purchase a new flood insurance policy. Homeowners are vulnerable during hurricane season because they cannot renew existing policies. And that raises a question the American people are asking every day: how can they trust a government that isn't even open? Now, by the way, NFIP is not perfect. It faces financial challenges. Some reforms are needed, but shutting it down makes the problem worse, not better. The Democratic leader said that every day the shutdown gets better for them. Well, I can tell you, every day the government is shut down gets worse for the Americans in my state who are worried about flooding and losing everything. The American people want solutions. They want a government that works. They want flood insurance that protects their homes, families, and livelihoods. That's why I'm working on legislation that would automatically reauthorize the NFIP during any lapse in government funding. In other words, prevent any future shutdown from interrupting the NFIP. It fixes the damage caused by the Schumer shutdown and ensures stability going forward. My colleague, John Kennedy from Louisiana, and I have introduced two bills, one to extend NFIP in the short term, another to provide a full year of coverage. We're also working towards broader reforms that keep premiums affordable and the program sustainable for generations to come. We must reopen the government immediately. Democrats have voted against doing so 13 times. 13 opportunities they have been given to end their shutdown, and they've thrown it back in the face of all Americans. Government services might be on pause, but hurricane season is not. Reopen the government, restore certainty to the American people, protect homes, protect families, protect livelihoods. Republicans are working to prevent the worst effects of the Schumer shutdown from taking place, but Democrats keep blocking our efforts. We want to pay the troops, we want to fund SNAP, we want to extend NFIP. The American people deserve better, they deserve more than the Democratic Party is willing to give. And with that, I yield. Mr. President?
The Senator from Louisiana.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 8 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leader.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk. S-Res 474 and S-Res 475.
Is there objection to proceeding on block? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions be considered to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all en bloc.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, October 30th, and that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date and the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each, and notwithstanding Rule 22, at 11:45 a.m. the Senate execute the order October 28th in relation to S.J. Res 80, and following disposition of the joint resolution, the Senate execute the order of October 22nd in relation to S.J. Res 88, and that all time be expired and the Senate vote on the joint resolution. And finally, at 1:45 p.m., the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on Executive Calendar number 370, Joshua D. Dunlap.
Without objection, so ordered.
For the information of my colleagues, senators should expect 2 votes at 11:45 a.m. and 1 vote at 1:45 p.m. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow.